sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to tonight's live. So it wasn't that I was running late, it's just that I was listening to something. So that's why I wanted to give myself a little bit more time before the live. And it's just me tonight, didn't bother anybody. No messages from Aspen, no messages from you today, buddy. Anyways, so I was watching, of course, Hidden True Crime on there, listening to all the notes that she took down. But, kind of they compile it. So we're going to go through this and we're going to go through this together. But, of course, Ben, I just happened to notice that you said I was right about something about those steps. So because I don't use the health app myself or nothing like that, but I saw you say there that they don't count steps down, only count steps up. So that would refer to the girls or Libby's phone or whatever going up to the across the creek and up that area that obviously you can see the water was very low that day, and it did a 20-foot elevation on there. So that's cool. Thank you for letting me know about that, because I hadn't heard that until I saw you say that. But it makes sense, right? It makes sense about that. So anyways, hi Jen, happy Thursday. Yes, today's my Friday, so I get Fridays and Saturdays off. So happy Thursday, Friday on there. Hi Lizette, how are you? And Ben, thank you, mods. And of course, Jen C, but good to see you back. So that's where Ben says that right there. So again, thanks for letting me know that. Where did you hear that, Ben, by the way? Were you talking with someone with iPhones, or was there a group discussion about it or something like that? Hey, Sharon Parker. On there, Streamlab is in the house. Don't forget, your punctuation can determine if it deems that you're trying to stream or put up a link or something if you put a punctuation. Welcome, everyone. Please share the live stream and hit the like. Yeah, can you guys please, especially give some extra care to that, just for helping to get the lives and that into the algorithm with YouTube, because YouTube seems to suck at giving this channel anything to do with algorithm or even showing or sending people notifications and stuff like that. You were late, just got out of the shower. Thanks for the visual. Hi, Alice in Wonderland. How are you? I don't have an iPhone, but that is what people are saying. Well, I was going to say, I personally don't use I really don't use my iPhone for crapola unless I have to, but there's a lot of people that do, so I'm pretty sure that they would know. But it does make sense, right? It does make sense. Hey, Chaotic, how are you? On there. Okay. There we go. And yeah, it's almost Halloween, isn't it, Chaotic? It's almost Halloween. So that's why I thought you were MIA. I wasn't getting notified. Yeah, I can't speak for what crap YouTube does with people's algorithm all the time. It just, and you got all these little two options, right? to not see someone's channel again, to see this or whatever. But it's getting it's getting to be such a joke, to be honest with you, how it all works. And but anyways, um, I'll digress. I just find it ridiculous. It's kind of like on Facebook. It's like you can only see so many people's posts and you don't see other ones. It's like having all this control and but yet saying that you have all this freedom type of bullshit, and yet everything seems so very controlled on there. Um, so let's see here. So thank you guys for joining us today. And please hit that like button if you can. Hi, Bonnie. Did I see? Oh, 12 cats. Hi, 12 cats. My bad if I missed that one there. I don't have an iPhone. Don't like them. Don't even care for my iPad. Well, not gonna lie, I want to shove my iPad out the window half the time. And as for my iPhone, I have an iPhone 8 still. It's just that I don't use my phone enough to care. And I remember when Telus and that they went from giving you, like, I don't even want to say giving you a free phone, but you could upgrade to $0 or pay a little bit of money type of thing. And then they started doing like these trade-ins instead, because they acted like they were giving you this, you know, um, extra amount of what was it? What do you want? Data and stuff like that. And for me, that stuff, like I said, please do not try to sell me your shit, okay? I just hate it when companies try to sell you their bull crap about why they're not offering the free phones and they're giving you extra data and all this stuff. And they just try to make, shit sound like it's really good, when it's just a bunch of promotional bull crap that they throw at you. And so yeah, and the biggest scam was when it didn't dawn on me until after. I was like, hold on a second, why is it that because in a sense, when you get a plan, you're really actually paying for the phone throughout that plan as well, but your kind of phone pays off before the 2 years is up and stuff like that, but yet they still charge you the same amount every month, even after that. And I remember saying to Telus, wait a second, hold on. It was just dawning on me. I wasn't even paying attention to that. I'm like, hold on a second. Why am I paying the same amount considering my phone like was paid off like a year or so ago, whatever? And they're like, oh, because you have to tell us, right? Oh, I get that, right? Tell us, yeah. Ours is called Tell Us, like the one that we use. There's Sean Tell Us, but yeah, you have to tell us, right? Oh, really? You little effing scammers! So I have to literally call you to tell you that my plan's over? Like that, it was just the biggest bunch of bull crap that I ever heard. And that's those little things that they do that piss you off, that make you want to switch over to a different company, even though they'll probably do the same shit, to be honest, or whatever, or just something that's mimicking another piece of scam that they try and stuff like that. But anyways, for them to say that I had to call them, that once it on, instead of it just stopping and then your bill dropping on there. Anyways, whatever. This world is a bunch of crooks and criminals in it, and a lot of businesses that, like I said, just use their stupid tactics and crap. Like, I just hate dishonesty like that. It's just, you know just it's my pet peeve about stuff. It's like, I'm just a be honest type of person. Be yourself, be honest, and whatever. Anyways, you guys, so we're gonna get into Delphi. In the chat, and I know a lot of you guys were probably right. No, Brandy. Honestly, I was just appalled. We were just about to go to England, and I just didn't feel like dealing with it. So I was just like, instead of going with the iPhone X or whatever it was at the time, I was just like, no, I don't feel like dealing with all this stuff right now. Whatever, just just give me one that fits in my case, the iPhone 8. And I haven't bothered to look at a plan since, because I use my iPad like 99% of the time, and my phone very little. So I couldn't be asked, I couldn't care, whatever. But it's funny to those little things too. Like, you call them up and they're like, oh yeah, like, you sit there on this plan, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, so now you're giving unlimited data. you know so instead of this amount of data, blah, 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 blah. Now it's unlimited. Oh, always, always something, to get you to pay a little bit more, stuff like that. But anyways, I'll digress on that. My daughter got 15 Prem. She hates it, says it's too heavy. I know the whole point was that cell phones were supposed to be small and compact, and now you might as well walk around with a tablet the size of these phones. The whole point is that you're supposed to be able to put them in your pocket, right? Put them in your pocket, not have to carry them around like these big things, like I said. So it's crazy to me, the point of that. It was supposed to be that they were supposed to fit in your pocket, not, like I said, have these big ass phones. But anyways, so today obviously is, well, a lot of us call it day 6 of the trial. Day 6 meaning that since the actual trial went underway, some people are including like the jury and stuff like that when they post their days. For me, I just count from the day 1 the trial actually got started, like some of the news ones do and stuff like that as well. But anyways, I love my Pro Max 15. Doesn't seem any heavier to me on there. Okay, so like I said, we're going to go through this. This is half an hour long in a sense, and we're just going to stop and go at certain parts of it. Today consisted of some of the items that were seized from Richard Allen's home, obviously, and then about Kathy Shank, about how she like retrieved, how there was the note there, or this file box, that had some handwritten notes, and about entering into the Orion and stuff like that, and how it all came about. And at this point now, we have basically 3 different timelines from Richard Allen, right? Do you guys feel, are you guys seeing a shift a little bit in your feelings towards this case? Are you more feeling a little bit more positive, or still leery about, I know we're all waiting for the confessions to happen, but, are you guys feeling a little bit more of a, what, hey, farmer, that, what, Richard Allen, is going to basically, like he blew it by literally saying that he was at the trails from 1:30 to 3:30. Then he said 1:30 to 3. And then the defense is, now he's saying, oh, no, he was just there from like whatever it was, 1:30 to 2:15 and stuff like that, So it's kind of like, really. And, the bottom line is, right, is when that picture got posted of of the BG on there, again, he has no clue that people are going to be like, or he's thinking that people are going to be like, well, shit, I know that guy. Because when you're looking at a picture, right, the BG on the bridge, and they're showing that, that to you, you're just like, oh my God, everyone's going to know, like that's me, type of thing. So, he basically goes in and says, hey, just so you know, I was at the bridge from this time to this time. And we all know that note said cleared, right? And of course, we know that they had it underneath, Whitman or Whiteman, the drive that he lives on, instead of, so they had, did a total brain fart on that, but Richard Allen Whiteman, I think it was. I don't know why the word John was going to come out of my mouth, but anyways. So anyway, we're just going to go through this, you guys. We're just going to get into it and stop and start as certain things come up. But let me know how you feel about anything that you've already watched today, what you thought was very significant about today, in today's trial. And let me take down this. And let's see here. Boom, boom, guys. Gotta get on the right one here.
To Delphi, where senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker spent today in court along with our 13 News legal analyst, Katie Jackson-Lindsay. Guys, let's start by breaking down today's testimony.
1 sec.
Hi, Scott. Well, through the first 5 days of testimony that have taken place here in the Delphi murders trial, not a single word or mention of Richard Allen. Today, that changed. At 9:31 this morning, from the very first witness who took the stand and gave her testimony, it has really been all about Richard Allen today.
Yeah, up until today, we've heard about the crime scene. We've heard about the autopsies of Abby and Libby. Today, though, Richard Allen took center stage.
And what the state now is trying to do is to really put together all these pieces that they've been laying out for the jury to try to convince jurors that Richard Allen is the man who's responsible for killing Abby and Libby. We're going to hear in just a few minutes from our 13 News legal analyst, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, who was in court with us all day today. But first, we want to get you up to speed on who the witnesses were that testified today. So let's get that to you here. First of all, Kathy Shank. She is a volunteer file clerk who helped police during the investigation. Dan Dolan, he's a DNR officer who interviewed Richard Allen just 3 days after the murders. Steve Mullen, he's the former Delphi police chief who's now the chief investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. We heard from Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett. David Vito, he testified today. He's an Indiana State Police trooper who was at Richard Allen's house when police served a search warrant. And last today was Jerry Holman, Indiana State Police investigator who has really overseen the entire Delphi murders investigation. Now, the focus today was really how the state was able to zero in on Richard Allen. And that all started when police decided to take a closer look at an interview that Richard Allen gave to police just 4 days after the murders. Let's talk about that. Allen gave the statement here at this grocery store parking lot in Delphi. He met with the state DNR with an officer named Dan Dolan, who told jurors that he was assigned to interview Allen after Allen voluntarily called the Delphi murders tip line to say he had been on the Monon trails, not far from the crime scene, on the afternoon of the murders.
Hold on a second here. I'm sorry, Chris. I don't know what your problem is. I don't know where this closed-mindedness is coming from. So if something from his home doesn't link, so you're not interested, like that's totally up to you. But that's pretty narrow-minded because this case is going to be based upon confessions and the fact that he, Richard Allen, placed himself there at the time of the girls' deaths. So even we're talking about 5.5 years later. So honestly, of course, there's barely going to be DNA that they could have had. Of course, this case has been a fuck up. But at the end of the day, it's going to still be determined one way or the other that Richard Allen put himself at the bridge, put himself with those clothes at the bridge, and the confessions. So I don't understand where your thought process is coming from to think that, wow, so everyone should just stop listening to Delphi because if they can't connect anything from the home and stuff like that, then you know what? We all just might call the trial off right now, obviously. Right? Well, I like because she's informed. Yes. Thank you. Sonny, can you believe that ME was not asked about stomach contents to determine the time of death? There's a lot of things, Brandy, that I can't believe that would have been done with regards to that. Like just even in general, just even beyond that as well. It's kind of like, I cannot believe, I can't even, like I said, the list is so long of things that I can't believe. And I think you guys are all in the same spot with me on this, whether it's about the sticks, the interviews that went missing, right? I mean, the fact that it was filed, and never to be seen again until some diligent clerk named Kathy Shank comes across it. People are trying to connect that, Tony Liggett and him getting nominated and everything like that. Were the banana pancakes still in their stomachs and that they ate before going to the trails? Well, right. That could determine the time of death, just like Alexa said, just like the John Bonet with the whole, what was it? What did she have there? It was pineapples, right? Anyways, I don't know about Doug Carter either. Yeah. Anyways, so Chris, if this isn't your cup of tea, obviously, you know where the door is. I don't know who pissed in your cornflakes this morning, but obviously, if you watched some testimony and got all pissed off because they didn't find the underwear and sock at Richard Allen's home, but they did find a bunch of Monan High Trail bridge pictures. And obviously, Mr. Allen has a fetish for a lot of knives and phones. And so, that right there could easily play into the jury. Like when somebody has a mass collection, yeah, you can say that they're a hunter and all that stuff. But honestly, I've been married to a hunter, and yeah, he had some knives, but not like a mass assortment of them where they're like, and remember back at the start when they were looking for about the video, and they were looking for someone with a knife collection and stuff like that. Sonny, are they transporting KK? Well, I mean, there was the motion to transport KK and whatever as a witness. I don't honestly know what they're planning on doing with that, to be honest. Well, I mean, obviously we know why KK was brought, kind of brought into the picture. So, Tony Klein, Kagan Klein, like that was part of their witness, but I'm not sure, honestly, if that's actually going to happen or not. Is he, Sharon? Are you talking about Kagan Klein? I mean, like I said, if you want to talk about fucking like fuck ups and stuff like that, well, let's get into this, and we'll get into the other stuff. But let's go through this stuff first, guys. Because this case, we know there's so much to always talk about it. There's so much inconsistencies and stuff like that, and this is just literally going to boil down to shutting up now. This literally is going to boil down to if the jury believes that Richard Allen places himself at the Monan High Bridge Trail and with the confessions, right? Obviously, we pretty much know by now that there's no DNA tying Richard Allen to this crime, and that no one specifically can literally say, yes, that's Richard Allen. But Richard Allen, like I heard Hidden True Crime say, and which we know, is that Richard Allen says to seeing the girls never knew that it was Richard Allen. They knew it to say that, yes, that's the person that we saw, but they didn't know his name. So Richard Allen is saying, I saw 3 girls. 3 girls are saying, we saw that guy at the bridge at this time as we were going to the Freedom, and he was going to the Monan High Trail Bridge. So that right there really connects it like that. And then it just becomes about Richard Allen placing himself, right? And then Betsy Blair seeing Richard Allen on the first part of that Monan High Bridge at whatever time that was, and seeing him, and then obviously on video, this same person, right, never to be seen again. Girls are now murdered, and yet Richard Allen places himself there exactly during that time. And so that's what it will boil down to, because we know a lot of that stuff isn't there. So all it's going to be is proving that he was the one on the bridge, that he's the BG there, that he was wearing the clothes, he placed himself there, and the confessions that will come with that. Especially if he's talking about things from the crime scene, like McClelland is saying, then his ass will be grass. His ass will be toast if he says anything about the crime scene that we didn't know and that he admitted to. And then the other confessions, whatever those ones are, the false confessions, fake confessions, whatever you want to call them, those ones will just get tossed out the window, because then everything will basically match and align. And then you would hope that the jurors would come back with a guilty, verdict at the end of the day, but that's really up to the jurors. Anyway, so let me just keep playing this there. And the one witness today, SC, admitted driving 65 instead of 35. She originally, Sarah Carbonell, stated correct. I mean, 2-lane road, 30 miles an hour faster. Well, I mean, in small towns, to be honest, you see that all the time, right? Not busy roads, or you see that stuff all the time. Even in the bigger cities, if there's a road and that it's like a dead road, your pedal is going to hit that gas typically. So it doesn't shock me about driving fast, especially on like these county side roads here. Why did he leave her phone there? So many things don't make sense. It's, to me, that's one of those things. I don't know. I don't think that he purposely left it there. I don't think that he purposely left it there. I think that that was an oversight on his part, for that phone, but well, no. Anyway, okay, let me hit play to this again. Okay, guys.
Dolan testified about what Allen told him. He said he was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30 on the day of the murders. Allen told the investigator he saw 3 girls walking on the trails. As he walked, he said he was focused on the stock ticker on his cell phone. And Dolan said when he interviewed Richard Allen, there was nothing that stuck out as unusual. In fact, following that interview, the folder with Richard Allen's information in it, it was marked cleared. Investigators testified they essentially forgot all about Allen. In fact, today, Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett told jurors information about Allen being near the crime scene got lost. He said it fell through the cracks under that is until a file clerk happened to notice the information sitting in a banker's box. And that happened again 5 years after the murders, after the statement given by the defendant.
Okay. So this. I have to say, because you guys know we're all pissed off about this. How do you forget the one person that says, besides the people that were there that they already accounted for, right? So the one person that they can't account for, which is the BG. And you're telling me dumbass Doolin there that at no point during that 5 years, he doesn't remember clearing this person, or whoever put the word cleared, that they can't remember that this one person that they talked to that says he was at the bridge during the murders, that at no point, come on now, they're bullshitting us on that. Okay. That at no point, Era's probably like, oh shit, yeah, I talked to a guy. Can't really remember who he was, but so that to me is just bull crap. That you literally have a person, right? 3 days later, well, like I said, he calls in the tip, saying that he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, right? Then he meets up with Doolin, and then he says 1:30 to 3 o'clock. So, hey, Frank. So hey, Frank, what about your thoughts today? Anything that sticks out for you? But anyways, so that's just an absolute just absurdity to me, that they're looking for someone for this whole time, right? One person literally admits, calls in a tip, not only calls in a tip, and then meets up with Doolin and says, or Doolin, whatever, Doolin. But anyways, and then all of a sudden he gets completely forgotten about. Like, it's one thing to misplace the papers, and it's another thing to completely freaking have your memory go on you as well, that you just didn't talk to somebody about the one person that's on a bridge. How ridiculous does that even sound? No, it doesn't make sense, right? Does it, Heather? Yeah, you exhausted there, Frank. Were you in court there today, Frank? Pretty much have to hear everything from the other channels, because Buddy doesn't seem to message me, doesn't give me no updates. Obviously, I can see my frustration on that, but whatever. I digress. But anyways. Yeah, were you in court today there, buddy? But wouldn't her testimony be based on 30 miles an hour difference being questioned, just in terms of what details can be observed? Well, yeah. I mean, of course, if there, was that discrepancy for sure. Yes, was there. Yeah. Did you find it very interesting today on there? You need to get yourself some rest. You shouldn't even be in here right now. You should be getting yourself some rest. You were actually physically in the court. Then you don't need to come to this channel to hear about things you've already heard about. You need to get your sleep there, buddy. How does a fully trained lieutenant not mention the water that around the water cooler? Right, exactly. Right. Anyways, I'll play this out still. But I mean, that's just absurd. Absurd. Again, it's one thing to misplace the paperwork, it's another thing to forget your freaking brain cells, right? Yeah. If you don't mind, just say what they are, Frank, the two things that caught your attention today. And I'll just keep playing this as well.
That file clerk, Kathy Shank, she explained to the jury how all that happened. And then former Delphi police chief Steve Mullen took the witness stand for the second time in this trial to explain how the discovery jump-started the investigation and really allowed them to focus on Richard Allen. Katie Jackson Lindsay, you had a chance today to be inside the courtroom to see all this play out with your own eyes. One of the things that struck me is the idea here that the going to police, Richard Allen actually contacted police himself voluntarily. He called the tip line to let investigators know that he had been not far from the crime scene on the trails where Abby and Libby were on the day that they were murdered. What does a jury make of that? And does it make sense that someone who is accused of murdering two girls would go to police to say, hey, I was at the scene of the crime?
Well, I would think from a common sense perspective, it wouldn't make sense, right? But it's one of those pieces of evidence that can really go either way, because undoubtedly the state will argue, well, he did that to cover his tracks. His family may have known he was out there. Someone else may have known that, or he may have thought someone could identify him. So he would have put that out there to protect himself. Well, the defense will say what you just said. It just doesn't make sense that a guilty person would insert themselves into an investigation about their own criminal conduct.
And what about this idea that police and investigators essentially forgot about Richard Allen, and this case was cleared? The fact that the investigator who talked to Allen just a few days after the murders took place met with him, talked to him face to face, didn't see or hear anything unusual, and they cleared him originally. Is that something that the defense, you anticipate, will really seize on?
Absolutely, because there are a lot of things that are packed in that, right? It again shines a light on how this investigation was handled, that there wasn't a real streamlined system for dealing with these tips and coordinating these tips. It also really highlights that no one thought anything of Richard Allen. The fact that he was cleared is huge. And I think we're going to keep hearing about that throughout the trial. And then there's the question of, okay, so 5 years ago, he wasn't a big deal to you. Well, what was the change? What was the smoking gun, so to speak, that made him chargeable and so interesting at the point where he did get charged?
And some of that evidence, obviously, as far as some of that evidence came about shortly after they interviewed him. I'm going to bring Emily back in here. Emily, obviously, you were in the courtroom at the time when there was a discussion how once the clerk found this paper in a file box saying Richard Allen was on the trails the day that the girls were murdered, once she called and brought that attention again to the sheriff and to the investigators, they seized on that right away.
Yep.
They interviewed Richard Allen again.
Correct.
And they served a search warrant at his home. And there was some really fascinating information today that came out about that search warrant.
Yeah, we heard from the last witness of the day was Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman, and he is the lead on this investigation, oversees it, as you said, and he supervised the search warrant execution on Richard Allen's home in October of 2022. And Holman testified, he told Richard Allen when he went there, look, if police damage anything in your house during the search warrant, you can fill out this form and we'll come repair it. And Holman told the jury that Richard Allen said, it doesn't matter, it's over. Holman then said that he and Richard Allen sat in Holman's car. Holman described Richard Allen as being very quiet, that he got out a few times to smoke a cigarette, and asked Holman at that point if police had detained his wife. And Holman told the jury that he told Richard Allen no and offered to drive him to his wife's work. Holman said that Allen replied again for the second time, it doesn't matter, it's over. Now let's take a listen to some of the things that they took out of Allen's home when they served that search warrant. We learned today that they took more than 25 guns and knives, a blue Carhartt jacket, cell phones and pagers, a Sig Sauer gun from Allen's nightstand. They also opened up a wooden box, a memory box, they said. And in it, they said there was a card from Richard Allen's mother, some other kind of mementos, but also in it a bullet that was the same kind of bullet recovered at the scene. They also took from Allen's home a photo album showing different pictures of Allen through the years, but also a picture of the Monon High Bridge from 2005. So we're joined back again by Katie Jackson Lindsay. Katie, what do you think the effect on the jury, the impact on the jury was of seeing all that evidence, hearing about that evidence, seeing that gun today in court?
I think those were huge gains for the state. That evidence that came out in terms of what was in Richard Allen's house, those were huge gains for the state because the jury was able to now get a better idea of who Richard Allen is. And to see more than 25 guns when we know that this was a really brutal crime that involved a knife. And to see those knives that would be intimidating to the average person, I think those were huge gains for them, as well as the jacket. That is very similar to the jacket that we see on Bridge Guys. So I definitely think they made some gains with the jury through that evidence.
And you also saw, I can't remember if you were in there at this point when Jerry Holman was asked to take out the gun, the Sig Sauer gun, out of the evidence box, and he was wearing blue gloves, and he took that out and he checked to make sure there was nothing inside, and you could hear that clicking of the gun as he checked that and came right up to the jury and showed them that. That was an emotional moment actually for the families today when they saw that gun pulled out. You could see Abby and Libby's families getting emotional. And we also saw some emotion from Richard Allen's wife, Kathy, when they were describing just going through her home and searching her master bedroom, her kitchen, the closet, the garage, all kinds of things. We were talking about the cell phones and the pagers, and you made a comment about the phones, the type of phones. There's some flip phones in there.
There are phones that are clearly from the 90s, before I ever had a cell phone. And what's impactful about that is that the state was able to establish that they had phones from a long period of time. They had phones from before these murders, they had phones from after, but they did not have a phone that would have matched that time frame in 2017. So again, just
Gotta stop it there. That's what we were talking about last night, right? I said that they would have phones probably from before, phones after, but somehow not the phone for that time frame. Of course they wouldn't have that, would they, Richard Allen? You know what? For me personally, see, I'm just getting this painted picture a little bit here of this 5'4", 5'4", 5'6" person that changed his height to 5'6" in April when he went to go get his fishing license. That was always 5'4", whatever. I mean, the whole thing about that is that he's trying to, of course, apply, like he was a little bit taller, so take away from his 5'4" stature on the thing. But anyways, the picture I'm getting painted here is that Richard Allen had this, well, we'll just call it some sort of fantasy in his head. He clearly likes his knives, okay? He clearly has a knife collection. And then, of course, the girls were killed with knives. So I'm getting the picture painted that he frequented the Monon High Trail Bridge quite often. And I'm thinking typically a lot of the more youths go there. That he did know that on that particular day that school was out, that he had probably been fantasizing about using his knives, doing a kill with, like I said, what's going on in here, we can never fully know. But the picture I am seeing in my head is that this was something that he had been thinking about, until it became a reality. That he went down to a place that he knows very well. He was walking on the bridge with his hands in his pockets. He was walking with his hands in his pockets because he identified the three girls. The three girls did not know that the guy's name was Richard Allen, right? Again, Richard Allen himself calls in with his own timeline. and says 1:30 to 3:30. Meets up with Doolin, says 1 to 3. The defense is going to try to do their whole, fantasy defense theory that Richard Allen left at 2:15 and that the girls were taken away. And of course, stupid people, right? Stupid people would, I guess, leave probably their bodies wherever they were taken, and smart people would come back to the crime scene between 2 and 6 a.m. to come in at 4:33, kill the girls there, because that's exactly how the blood and everything would get there on the tree, and their bodies would be wet, their clothes would still be wet, because, right, only smart people would come up with that theory to me. It's just ridiculous, that whole part of it. But again, this whole part of this whole connection, I think that, what the bottom line is, jury's not dumb, right? Jury knows that 5.5 years it took, because, obviously of negligence that happened along the way. But does that mean that Richard Allen will not be perhaps convicted because of that? No, because Richard Allen himself called in. Richard Allen talked to Doolin. He placed himself. He said he saw the 3 girls. 3 girls said that they saw the BG. That person was the BG, right? And Betty, of course, Betsy Blair sees the BG person in those clothes on the bridge, right? When she's up there. And then, of course, soon after, the girls are dead. No sign of seeing this guy again. So what doesn't make sense, though, is that timeline about Sarah Carbonneau seeing this guy at close to 4 o'clock walking down 300 North, because he would have to pass the Harvest Store and he would have to pass the entrance to the Mears parking lot. If she said she was going east, that means he's going that way. So how would nobody else have seen this muddy, bloody guy if he is at the time when Derek German would have been there? Like, the family members have now gathered by this point, right? They hadn't called police at this point, but the family members were gathering. So for that part, I'm doomed. Hi, Mel. Hi, my love. Kennick, your house would be worldwide news and death penalty. Missed it. Changing height is still uncommon. Still said nothing. Yeah. Okay, so if we'll get back into it.
Just another huge gain for this.
Oh, wait. Okay. And then, of course, to admit and say something like, doesn't matter, it's over, right? Why would you say that? If you were so innocent, why would you say that, right, Frank? Frank, go to bed. Frank, you should really go to bed. Are you going to court tomorrow, Frank? For that, I think it's like half the day, right? No, tomorrow's Friday. Sorry. It's because it's my Friday. So, yeah, court tomorrow, and then Saturday is the half day or whatever. Hey, Otto. Okay, let's get back into it.
State, that's going to be a challenge, I think, for the defense to get over.
And we saw some heated exchanges today in court. If we can bring Bob Siegel back in. Bob, you saw, and we both saw, it was, I think, after the lunch break, we saw a heated exchange on cross-examination of Steve Mullins, right, and Andrew Baldwin.
Yeah, we actually saw multiple heated exchanges that took place today. After the interviews, the re-interviews, after they rediscovered Richard Allen as a possible suspect, we heard how the former police chief, he described how they quickly found surveillance video from a nearby business that they went back and checked from 2017 on the day of the murders, and how they were able to match that up with what Richard Allen's car looks like. That they went to the pharmacy where Richard Allen works, and they took a picture of his car. They compared that to the video and were able to match it up. And Mullen described how during the new interviews that they conducted in 2022 with Richard Allen, how Allen told how he had drove to the crime scene. Well, during cross-examination, the defense team really lashed out at Mullen. In fact, the first question that defense attorney Andrew Baldwin asked during cross-examination wasn't a question at all. It was a statement. Here's what he said. He said, "You are so desperate to place Richard Allen's car traveling west on 300 North, near the crime scene, that just before lunch, you lied to this jury. And he then got Mr. Mullen to admit that Allen did not tell him that he traveled to the trails that day on the path that Mullen had just told the jury the way that he had traveled there. And that would really impact potentially, it would bring into question whether or not the car that the state says that they've been able to match up on the video is the same car that Richard Allen has. And then there was an amazing moment between defense attorney Brad Rosie and Sheriff Liggett. It was when the sheriff said that police would have arrested Allen for the murders even without the bullet cartridge evidence that they found at the crime scene, because according to the sheriff, he says that they've got 4 separate witnesses who placed Richard Allen at the crime scene. And we heard from those witnesses earlier this week. Rosie really seized on that comment, and he said, let's talk about those witnesses. And he mentioned how they all gave wildly different descriptions, including witness Betsy Blair, who testified here earlier this week. Rosie said to the sheriff, he said, Betsy Blair saw a man who was boyish and beautiful with brown poofy hair in his 20s or 30s, and her description does not match the description of Richard Allen. Tony Liggett replied to that and said, hey, but neither do the 3 girls who saw him on the trail, basically pointing out their descriptions don't really match what Richard Allen looks like either. Rosie looked at Liggett and he then looked at the jury and he said, exactly right, pointing out that's my very point. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand here. Let's talk about that a little bit. What
Sure.
does that testimony, the fact that really the defense was able to highlight during a witness for the state how wildly inconsistent the descriptions are, and that the man that several of these witnesses that the state are relying on really doesn't match the man that they're looking at in the courtroom.
Sorry, what did I
What's
do?
that do?
Thank you.
That is a dream
I
moment
suddenly hit
for a
something.
defense
Hold on.
attorney. Is identity. Is
My
Richard
bad.
Allen the killer here?
I was too busy
And to
typing
get
to
a
you,
lead
Farmer.
investigator on this case to agree with you that there are inconsistent statements as to his identity from all of your witness, from all of the state's witnesses, and highlight that through your lead investigator, that's huge. I mean, I'm sure that the defense didn't expect it would go that well, and I'm sure they're very excited about the way that that came out. And I would imagine that the state is really disappointed. And I think that heated exchange, that sparring, caused a little bit of a slip on behalf of the state's witness, and it really hurt them in the end.
And talk about that sparring going on in the courtroom, those tense moments. I'm trying to see this trial through the eyes of a juror. What does that sparring and those tense back and forth, specifically between the defense and witnesses that the state's putting on, what goes on in the minds of a juror while that's happening?
Well, it can cut a lot of different ways. As a trial attorney, you are always trained that you don't want to offend the jury. You don't want to be offensive towards the jury, just as a lawyer, because that never bodes well for your client and for the state. It just never bodes well for the community that you're representing. Because if a juror doesn't like you for personality reasons, it makes them not trust your credibility. And so you don't want to go too far with that. But what we're seeing is that this evidence is coming to life now. We have been through 5 days of what's been pretty uncontentious testimony and really no disputes in the evidence. There's no dispute that the girls were murdered. There's no dispute that it was brutal. But now today, for the first time, we are hearing Richard Allen. And so it's causing emotion in the defense, and they're fighting for their client. So they're being zealous advocates, but there's a fine line so that you're not offending the jury.
And I'm curious, from your perspective, you are an experienced litigator. From your perspective, did the defense team come across as belligerent or as really kind of beating up on these witnesses, or do you think that they struck a more neutral tone?
I honestly think they struck a more neutral tone. I think that they kept it professional to the extent that they could, because you also have to remember that the witnesses were being challenging as well. As state's witnesses, especially law enforcement, they should be neutral, because that presumption of innocence should start with the criminal investigation. So they shouldn't come off as if they have a dog in the fight. They should come off as if they are just trying to present the truth. And so sometimes they initiated that sparring with defense counsel, and I think it came back to bite them. And so while both sides have to find a balance in that, I don't think either side reached a level of being unprofessional today.
And Emily, there were other won't say controversial moments, tense moments, confrontational moments.
There were, when you were talking about that, did they reach a difficult point? I was thinking about that moment when defense attorney Brad Rosie pointed out to Tony Liggett, look, when you arrested Richard Allen, it was at a time when you were running for sheriff. Tony Liggett wasn't the sheriff at the time when Richard Allen was arrested. I think he was perhaps the second in charge. Tobe Lesenby was the sheriff at the Carroll County
Correct.
Sheriff at the time. And he pointed out, you were running for sheriff and you would have gotten wouldn't that come with a significant pay raise? He asked him. And Tony Liggett said, this had nothing to do with me. It was about two little girls that were murdered. So that was a tense moment. I also thought when Brad Rosie pointed out to Tony Liggett, look, after the bodies were found, he said to Tony Liggett, Richard Allen stayed right here. He stayed here and he worked right down the street at the CVS. And to that, Tony Liggett replied, yes, hiding in plain sight. And Brad Rosie pointing out, those aren't your words.
We've heard that before.
We've heard that before. That is something that Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter said many times when they were looking, for a suspect. We believe that whoever did this is hiding in plain sight. So.
I'm noticing you holding some of your notes here,
Yes.
and I just want to point out for our viewers just how much. Would you hold this for me for a second, Katie? How much information the jury is hearing? I mean, these are just some of the notebooks that I've had so far. We're only a week into the trial, and I filled up all these notebooks with testimony. There is a lot that this jury has to keep track of. You got to hear just one day of testimony. Help people understand, how does a juror, when you've got such a complex crime scene and a crime that is now we're hearing about inside of a courtroom, and that these jurors are trying to figure out what happened 7.5 years later. How does a juror keep track of all that? And as an attorney and a litigator in the courtroom, how do you help them keep track of all that?
Well, it has to be a challenge. I've never served on a jury, and so I can't speak to their experience, right? But I can say I have a notebook full from just one day today as an attorney who's observing. And so as a lawyer, part of your strategy has to be to make sure that you are hitting your big points in a way that the jury is really paying attention. So even in crafting your questions, those lawyers are at home tonight brushing up on their outlines for tomorrow and making sure that they're delivering that information in a way that it's memorable and in a way that they're not wasting time with things that don't really matter.
And we should point out, the jurors are taking really careful notes as well. They all have notebooks and they all have folders, and they're getting tons and tons of pieces of the evidence and the exhibits that have been submitted in this case. And they get to collect all that along with their notebooks. They're not allowed to leave the courtroom with it. So they don't take it back to the hotel with them, but they have all that information that they can refer to later on as they are going into their deliberations. I want to mention something else that happened in court today. It was a piece of video that we got to see. And this is video that we've heard about, and actually video that most of us have all seen before. It's the Down the Hill video and Bridge Guy video is what we've heard it referred to as. Video that Libby German took on her cell phone on the day of the murders. Presumably, it appears, just moments before the murders took place. State police were able to recover her cell phone. It was actually under Abby Williams' body at the crime scene. They recovered it. They downloaded the video. And this is the video that was put out to the public to ask for help in trying to identify who the murderer was. Today, we got to see really enhanced images from that video, and the jury got to see it too. We're talking about a 43-second video. We got to see that earlier this week. But today we got to see what investigators have been working off of. The sheriff said he has seen this video hundreds of times, and we got to see in that video how they're able to really zoom in to see Bridge Guy as he's walking up behind Abby Williams on the bridge, and they were able to isolate using enhancements and software. They were able to really isolate the audio, get rid of the background noise to enhance what the words are on there. And so today the jury got to see and hear that inside the courtroom. And I'm going to tell you what they had to, what's said now on there. Again, we could see Bridge Guy much more closely than we have seen before. And Sheriff Tony Liggett, he told the jury what he hears on that video. He hears Abby saying, "Is he right here? Don't leave me up here." And this is when you can see the image of Bridge Guy behind her. And then Libby says, "That be a gun. There's no path here." And then we hear Bridge Guy say, "Guys." One of the girls says, "Hi." Then the man says, "Down the hill." So this is some chilling video again. We've seen it, we've heard it before, but seeing it really enhanced and hearing Abby and Libby's voices, it was a moment, I think, that stood out from the testimony today. And it's something that the jury will certainly be looking at closely and presumably trying to figure out, is the man in that video that they saw in courtroom today, is that Richard Allen?
And the defense seemed to go after the enhancement, saying to Tony Liggett, asking Tony Liggett, or trying to point out, you can't really see Bridge Guy's mouth moving when you hear those words, and asking Tony Liggett, is it possible that there could be somebody else off camera that we don't see saying those words? And Tony Liggett saying no, but then that segued into another moment where Brad Rosie asked Tony Liggett, "Do you believe Richard Allen acted alone in this case?" Tony Liggett said yes. He said, "Have you always believed that was the case?" Tony Liggett said yes. And then he asked him this question: "Did you ever tell your former boss, Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby, that you thought maybe more than one person did this?" And Tony Liggett replied, "I may have told him maybe, it's possible." So we had that moment right there.
And what's really interesting about that is we've heard at other hearings and other testimony that for a good portion of this investigation, state police considered that it was possibly 2, 3, 4 individuals. We heard testimony this summer from one of the investigators who said we were thinking perhaps 3 to 5 people committed this crime. And now we're hearing today, I'm assuming the defense is going to bring that up when it's their turn, if they choose to present that portion of the case. But to hear that there's one person, with the idea that we've already heard investigators say that many of them believed and they had instructions to be looking for multiple people who might be the perpetrators in this crime. What's that going to do in the minds of the jury?
Well, that's really tricky evidence to navigate for the defense, especially because they have been precluded from presenting evidence of potential other suspects. And so it's really tricky to have this information and have to dance around it so that you don't violate the court's orders and cause a mistrial, but know that it exists, right? And on the other hand, I think that there's also an opportunity for the defense, because we now know that the state is putting all of its eggs in one basket, and that is that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. And so the jury has to decide, is Richard Allen Bridge Guy? And from what we've heard and what we've seen so far, I don't think the jury is there, because even today we were getting questions from the jury about what was Richard Allen's hair like, because there's that testimony that Bridge Guy had hair,
Brown,
and Richard Allen,
hair.
right?
Yeah.
And Richard Allen does not. And so the defense is navigating a lot of landmines and ultimately navigating a lot of inconsistent evidence. And I think ultimately it will come together where they'll say they'll rely on that instruction. If the evidence lends itself to 2 reasonable interpretations, you have to go with the one consistent with his innocence. And so if it's blurry, it's not guilty, right? And so it may work out to their advantage. But on the other hand, if the jury believes that Bridge Guy is Richard Allen, it's game over and the state has met their burden.
it there for a second. And that's just really the key right there, is that regardless of all the testimony that's going on, obviously, about what, the slip ups or whatever, the things that were said, the 3 to 5 people and stuff like that, it really is just going to boil down to, does the jury believe that Richard Allen is? And the whole thing about that one is that, about him calling in to place himself there at the time of it. So that's all going to play a part. But I don't know how much the jury would come to a, 12-person verdict of guilty until we hear what's in those confessions. At this point, it's kind of like, yeah, he places himself there and all that, but there's so many discrepancies between what the girls saw and stuff like that, like meaning the look of the bridge guy, different color clothes, the whole car thing and stuff like that. But I think the nail in the coffin will be for Richard Allen is if in his confessions it will have to be something about the crime scene that he confessed, and he basically told, kind of like said, well, I mean, there's key little things there, like saying that, it doesn't matter, it's over, saying that a couple times. But to me, the nail in the coffin will have to be, if it comes to fruition, that Richard Allen talks about the crime scene and can elaborate more on things that, that only he would know, or the police, from the crime scene would know, and stuff like that. So I think that's where truly this case will take a turn, either in Richard Allen's favor, if any of those confessions are just kind of like null and void and whatever. But again, if he's admitting it to his wife and his mom, and it comes to fruition that he makes the claim of certain things about the crime, about what happened, what he did, and stuff like that, that's going to be where this case will be. It's over if he does. And then if it's nothing, if we don't hear nothing like that, I don't really see 12 people coming to the conclusion, perhaps, that he's guilty. So that's my thinking. Yeah, you guys, Gen C, whoever's going to sleep, absolutely. You guys, I'll probably do one sometime. I might do one sometime in the after. Oh, Oak Island. Oak Island. I'm talking about the show Oak Island. Or you got me thinking there, Farmer, of when they're digging for that treasure on Oak Island. This whole trial is such a mess, it makes me worried. Well, you know what? It is a mess. But again, you're just trying to find those gems in the evidence that make sense, to it. So again, it's just going to come down to those things that I just talked about, and that Richard Allen is confessed to being there, that it's more likely than not that it is Richard Allen because of the confessions, because of him confessing to the fact of him being there at that time, right? So how do you say in 2017 that you were that you called in and then you met up? So how do you say that you were there from 1:30 to 3:30, and then to talk to somebody else, like calling your own tip, and then wouldn't you think that would be on like the tips would be recorded or something? I would like to think that those things would have been recorded, but probably not. But anyways, so the jury's going to weigh very heavily on that part, because if he called in, and then as well he spoke to another person doing there, and then said 1:30 to 3, he still put himself in there at the time of the bridge. If they do end up, and it becomes about the car, the Ford Focus, and putting that car there. But again, it's really going to rely, I think this case really relies on Richard Allen's own admissions and confessions to it. I don't think that they would have had a strong enough case beyond that, because honestly, I think, like they said that they were going to charge him anyway, and it's kind of like, really, you got people that aren't even consistent with their stories, and you're going to try to ask 12 people to convict, based on that alone. So, meaning it's one thing if they had Richard Allen on a recording saying, "Yep, I was there from 1:30 to 3:30." You know, it's different than being put on a piece of paper. It weighs, of course, way heavier if that's on literally a recording him saying that. Then he can't back out, right? There's no backtracking on that. I might have missed it. Has any media reported on the exhibits? So if so, I'll go back and watch. Well, it'll be nice. Yeah, well, I mean, they were talking about some of this stuff, some of the channels, like the one I was watching, Hidden True Crime, like she was literally going everything about the knives that were the pictures from the garage, from the bedroom, and she believed that there was another spot there, about the pictures from the Mona and High Trail Bridge, something about the tire, something about a tire that was like see-through, like a see-through tire where you could see through it. Yeah, because somebody said that they were 3 hours ahead. It was either Oak Island or Greenland. Oh, okay. Anyways, I'll play. There's a little bit more. Let's see. We're at 27 and this is 35 minutes basically.
Emily and I, we see this through the eyes of journalists when
Right.
we're in there. You have years and years of litigation experience as an attorney. You've seen it both as a defense attorney. You've been on the other side as a prosecutor. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts and what things really stood out to you today, Katie?
Well, it was very interesting to have the opportunity to actually be in the courtroom today, and to be able to give analysis, having witnessed it firsthand. When you're in the courtroom, it's an entirely different environment. We're just feet away from Abby and Libby's families. We're just feet away from Richard Allen. I was immediately struck by his stature when he came into the courtroom, because we've heard all of these awful things. And it's hard to imagine that a man of his size actually committed this crime, considering
the reaction on your face when he walked into the courtroom and you saw him for the first
Right.
time. I saw the look on your face, and it was one of almost disbelief.
Right. And I would have to imagine that that was the initial reaction of the jury. Right. And so to some extent, I'm sitting from the vantage point of a juror, because this is not my case. I don't know all the ins and outs. And this evidence I'm hearing today, I'm hearing this for the first time. But what I mainly honed in on as a lawyer today was the strategy of the lawyers to try to get an idea of how they were building their cases. And so some things that stuck out to me, a really big thing, was that we didn't hear Richard Allen's statement. We heard them presented through witnesses, which is what we call cherry picking in trial work. Instead of just playing the video, letting the jury hear it, letting them see his demeanor, letting them hear his voice, because they have the audio of Bridge Guy, right? And so wouldn't you want the jury to hear Richard Allen's voice? And the defense made a big deal out of that. They kept calling it the video recording. And so that was interesting strategy on both sides. Another really interesting piece of strategy was during the state's case, when they would ask questions on direct exam, you would think, man, that was a zinger. They really laid a good groundwork for some solid evidence there. But then on cross-examination, you would realize that they sort of mischaracterized the evidence.
Hey, Travis.
So, for example,
Yeah, let's
Dolan.
give an
Yeah.
example.
Yeah, Dolan, the DNR officer, he made a really big deal out of Richard Allen changing his profile and his fishing license, changing his height, changing his weight shortly after the murders.
Yes.
And then we learned on cross-exam that that's not really what happened. He changed it back to something that had been there before. So it wasn't as if he was trying to change his identity. He was simply updating the profile in a way that reflected what had been there before. And then the last thing that I thought was a big deal was the objections that we heard. So you have to object to some things to make a record, and you just have to make those objections in case this case goes up on appeal in the event of a conviction. But there are sometimes you have to be strategic about your objections. And so we heard a lot throughout the day beyond the scope of direct exam. And we heard that from the state. And what that really means is the defense should not be talking about that because we didn't bring it up. And so it starts to give a feel of trying to hide things from the jury, because the reality is they can make that objection. And if the judge sustains it, the defense can't go into it, but the defense can recall those witnesses and do their own direct examination of those witnesses. And so why not let the evidence come out right then and there? So the one time the judge overruled it, we learned that they didn't want the jury to know about those sticks that were collected several days later. And so it was just interesting watching strategy and seeing how that's playing into building their cases.
Katie, what did you make of that moment when the state presented the moment they go to Richard Allen's house, they serve that search warrant, and he says, it doesn't matter, it's over. And then we learn on cross-examination that that search warrant was served a few hours after they had recorded this interview. At this point, Richard Allen knows he is a suspect. He's been told that he is a suspect, and has this idea. Then the police pull up 2 hours later to his house. Did you think that made a difference on the cross? The context of that, anyway.
I do, because that's another one of those zingers. You hear as a juror that Richard Allen said, it doesn't matter, it's over. And that feels like a confession. And then you realize he is saying that after he's been picked up, after he's been interviewed for 2 hours before, after they've torn his house apart, serving a search warrant. And he's a member of this community. He knows how big this case is. And so you have the weight of the world on your shoulders in that moment as a suspect. That's a natural response. Whatever you're telling me right now, it doesn't even matter, because it's over for me. Because
Okay, I'm sorry, but what the fuck is she saying? That everyone just goes, you know what? I've been to the jail. They've been telling me that, that this is like, that I have something to do with whatever. Yeah, so I'm just gonna just completely melt down and go, you know what? Doesn't matter. It's over. Are they seriously? What kind of loopy freaking drugs are they on? Do you think that you would be saying that? Right? That you get brought down to the police station and they just go, doesn't matter. It's over, type of thing. Yeah, you're going to say that, especially if you know that you did something. It's not a comment. I totally disagree with that. You're agreeing with me, right, Lone Pony, on that one? Because nobody just goes, yeah, after I've been in the interview, life's over. I'm going to be found guilty now. No one's going to say that shit unless you actually did something that you feel guilty about, then that you're busted now after 5.5 years. And then again, it's not because of wanting to push the grind on Richard Allen. It's the fact of what Richard Allen has admitted to. And why would you say something like that's not a normal response? That is ridiculous that she's even saying that. Why do they give people all these breaks? Oh, well, he has mental health issues, so it's okay that he took out 2 kids and his wife and stuff because he was going through mental health problems. Why do these stupid excuses keep getting made for people? Like I said, no natural responses. Yeah, it's over. 2 times, unless, of course, that you've been caught with your hand in the cookie jar and you would make that response. That's when you would make that response. It's not the other way, like she's saying. I almost want to jump through that screen right now. That's how stupid that sounds.
do you guys think I did this? And I'm not going to be able to convince you I did it.
And the defense
Oh my
pointed
God.
out that during that video interview 2 hours earlier, he
Fucking
maintained
morons.
his innocence over and over and over again.
Right.
Even though they said, look, you're a suspect. Then 2 hours later,
I
there
got
they
ice
are
cream.
at his house.
I got ice cream.
It doesn't matter. It's over. That's what he said.
Right. I mean, I think that's a normal human reaction.
Shut up,
He
lady.
knows how heavy this
Shut up.
situation is for this community. He knows how many resources have gone into this. And now all of a sudden he realizes they think I did this.
I can't say this enough. First of all, I have ice cream. I have vanilla. I have chocolate, and I have orange creamsicle in my freezer right now. Just saying, because I've been on an ice cream kick that I shouldn't be on lately with diabetes, shouldn't I? But anyways, on this, I can't get over what this lady is saying. Grow a brain cell. I thought up until this point, okay, she's talking and telling, but right now I just want her to grow a brain cell. Seriously, it is not a natural response. Yeah, they called me in. They're basically saying that I did it. Doesn't matter. Everything's over. Da-da-da. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. She's right. Yeah. Anyone else feel the same way? Because that is not a normal response. If you're innocent, you're not going to be going, it's over. You're going to be basically saying bullshit. I didn't do shit. Da, 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 da. Okay. You're not going to be sitting there saying, oh, my life's over now. No. Morons.
And he's protested his innocence for hours and he couldn't convince them. And so I think it's a normal human reaction, but it can certainly
on the
be
bridge.
viewed as a confession.
Yeah, I saw everyone kind of sit up in their seat when he said it doesn't matter, it's over, and there was like this moment of recognition. But then on cross, given that context, you can see how they would see it differently. Maybe.
And there was a moment today when it was during a cross-examination when Andrew Baldwin again pointed out, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin pointed out, he said words matter. And he said words matter here in the courtroom and in a high-stakes situation like this. Every word really does matter. Katie Jackson Lindsay, what a pleasure having you in the courtroom with us today. Thank you so much for joining us.
To be here.
Emily and I will be back inside the courtroom with a front row seat tomorrow. We've been inside the courtroom for every day of this trial. Our plan and our intent is to continue that all the way through a verdict. We're so glad to have you with us tonight. For now, we are going to send it back to you, Scott, as we get prepared for day 7 tomorrow morning here in Delphi.
Fascinating discussion from our team there in Delphi that has been inside the courtroom, giving us really a really perfect,
Yeah. So anyway, so at the end of the day, it really sucks that we have to keep finding out through people that are in the courtroom this case. Like I said, this case really should have been put to the public, but I mean, it isn't. So whatever, right? So we have to deal with people that are inside the courtroom, getting the information, and a lot of them are doing a very good job of that. You know, getting very specific. I noticed that you'll never find that with this channel, but I saw that Hidden True Crime had at one point when I was watching it like 9,000 people, and Andrea Burkhart there, I think is her name. She had, at the time that I had seen hers, it was like 5K and stuff like that, because, you know, it's, yes, the news compacts it, you know, gives important things that happen throughout the day and compacts it. Whereas people that are in the courtroom are literally being able to tell you, you know, about the pictures, where they came from, like the garage, and the more detailed stuff. Where did he protest his innocence? Where is that at? Well, of course, like I said, no normal person is going to be like, you know what? I mean, they obviously, like I said, brought him in because of, you know, the evidence that obviously came forward by this Kathy Shank, you know, and stuff like that. I really don't agree myself that this had like Tony Liggett. Like, it wouldn't shock me if it was rushed that they arrested him. Maybe perhaps because the election was coming up, and they did it a little sooner than later. But I really don't feel like, well, we just got to pin it on some dude out there. Hey, curious, how are you? Like, that's not the vibe I personally get, you know. But I can see where it's like, oh, well, the election's coming up. Let's just, you know, we got this info now, you know, kind of like, because we all know in Delphi, right? Like, this is huge. Yeah, well, let's, you know, the thing, what did Travis just say there? Hey, Travis, because Ali fucked up the case. That's why they give the breaks. It wasn't a normal response, but Liggett was a disaster for state, what they were saying. Travis, though, would you agree or disagree with me on this? Is that at the end of the day, it will come down to this, that if Richard Allen is found guilty and the confessions, some of them, hold weight, that he gives details of the crime. I think you said this the other day too, like I had said, and it's over. If he gives details of the crime scene. So that will be the hugest part of this case. Anything less than that, to me, will be up in the air, to be honest with you. Because there's been so many multiple fucks ups, and the jury's not stupid, right? Obviously, all these things are coming to fruition. I don't even think that they brought up calling off the dogs or whatever so far. But anyways, if they can basically, if Richard Allen's own admissions and a confession that has evidence to show that he talks about the crime scene of things that that only the killer would know, if that comes to fruition, he's simply toast. And that's, and that's kind of what I'm hoping for, that if that's what they have, then that's what I'm hoping for. And that Abby and Libby can get their justice to the person that is deemed as the bridge guy, if it's for Richard Allen, if it is, right? Now, I believe it is, but again, but that will, be based on, it doesn't matter what I believe. It's a matter of what the evidence shows. And the confession will be the hugest thing to me that will tip this case totally into the favor of the prosecution if that type of confession exists. Would you agree on that one, Travis? Knowing full well that this case is nothing shy of a disaster. I heard many people say, well, DD is just a game warden, Dandelion, who isn't used to dealing with real crimes. Based on what are you making that assumption? On there. Could be fibro. I felt as if it was because it meant something. Could be both, I guess. Hi, Pinky. Thank you for your coverage of this case. You know how important this case has been to this channel. And I was, myself personally, I was just waiting for it to get to this point. Because after a while, it just becomes mundane, talking in circles. I'm not one to sit there to keep, recycling and recycling and recycling when there's no new information out there. And I'm just not a paperwork person, but anyone that follows this channel knows how important this case is, not just to me and Aspen, but to others like Cold Truth, right? GP, watching, like all you guys that are in here, right? This case has been very important to us. That's why we follow it. And that's why we're here to try to get every detail in here, every bit that we didn't know, or if we did know, that maybe it was put into proper, proper knowledge versus just rumors or things that we thought we knew, stuff like that. Everyone calls me Cookie Monster in my family. Love me some cookies. Travis, did the due process gang drop you like a bad habit? I think that, the thing here is, right, we have certain individuals and channels that have specific seating because of the Allen family. Defense Diaries is one of them, and those couple of those lawyers are as well, right? So you do kind of hear bias a little bit coming out from some of the people that have partially, like with the defense and stuff like that. And honestly, personally for me, it's not even about taking sides of who, about what. It's about someone going through the process of the evidence, whether or not Richard Allen is guilty or not guilty. It's just about the process of it. Now, personally, yes, I feel like Richard Allen is, in hindsight, once they arrested him. But like I said, I'm not actually for or against the prosecution. I'm for justice for Abby and Libby. And if the evidence shows that, so be it. If it doesn't, so be it. That's the way the cookie crumbles, if that's how it goes. I'm all about letting things play out. And even if things are, that come out maybe with the wrong decision and stuff like that, which I can still have an opinion on, like the OJ case. That's what it's about, though. Justice for Abby and Libby. Let the evidence show either Richard Allen did it or didn't do it, or perhaps somebody that got off that should have been charged, but because of the disaster of the case, because those things happen all the time, right? But there's definitely some, bias from, but it's not that people are human, though. People are human, but we're not a channel that goes, like pro prosecution. We're not a channel like that. Like some of them are pro defense, pro defense, pro defense. It's just more about, again, just seeking for the truth for Abby and Libby. Think the news is missing it, sadly. What the hell is Adam doing? Keep waiting to see his recaps. Nada. Yeah, I have nothing to say to that, to be honest, Travis, because after he came on here for a couple of minutes, I had said to him, message me tomorrow, and, basically message me tomorrow. As for this moment, yet again, I have heard shit all from Adam. And people can think what they want, but when somebody is your co-host for all these years and you talk about a Delphi case and you can't even get updates from your own co-host, I think that's pretty pathetic. And I don't care if I'm saying that out loud, because I am very disappointed about that. And I know that people saw him on Gray Hughes, but kind of with that one, like Susan Hendricks kind of pushed him in there, type of thing, like, oh, here, you talk about it type of thing. So, whatever with that one, don't care. But it's just about the fact I keep looking to see if I've gotten a message from Aspen, who's literally been in the courthouse, and no, nothing at all. Wouldn't you guys be a little bit hurt, a little bit upset about that? So knowing that this was the case that we've been following for all these years, just saying. So whatever. I'm just kind of a whatever person. Well, it's not whatever. Trust me, it's not a whatever, but it's whatever. Life goes on, right? Life always goes on. I wonder if the defense opened the door for Kathy, his wife, to become a witness. She named today during cross. I wonder if the defense opened the door. No, Kathy won't be a witness. I think that there was paperwork in regards to that, actually. Like, there's certain people that won't be witnesses because, like, they're in the courtroom, and Kathy was one of them. So she won't be a witness. Travis and Tom on Hidden True Crime are good coverage. Yep. Like I said, I get my information from the other channels, from the people that do lives, that do go to court, that lack sleep and all that stuff as well. And I'm watching their channels just so I can get updated on the specifics of what's happening in the courtroom. Worldwide. Fibro, was she saying about the strategies on each side was spot on, plus the significance of the objections. The jury's questions are great, what I've caught up on so far. Yeah, I know, Code Truth, right? Sometimes lives get busy, and mine has not been lacking that either. Roar, 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 I hear dog outside. Same problem with 24-hour news cycle. This assumption both sides get equal time, and I'm off the opinion that clearly wrong sides deserve no time. Farmer, I thought you said you were going to put a zip on it a while back. Huh. Yeah, agree 1,000%. If he has a couple of admissions where things only the killer would know, that's it. State says he did, they better deliver it. If they don't, flips the other way. I agree with that. I will be hard pressed to see that they would find him guilty, based on the disaster of the case, even with his own admissions of being there. I don't think that all that alone is going to hold weight by itself. I think that definitely there's going to be a juror or two that are just not going to feel like there's enough to convict this man. So to me, it all rides on the admissions of something that is going to, that only the killer would know. That's how I see it. Do you guys feel the same way? Like I said, put your thoughts down as well, right? Again, these are my opinions. These are my thoughts, right? We like to follow, what the evidence is that's coming into the case, of course, making our own assumptions, or, kind of thinking about what could possibly happen. At the end of the day, the final word will be of the juries and the evidence that shows whether he's guilty or not. If he is guilty and is not found guilty, he will have a hard time living with himself. Yeah. If there's one thing that would definitely always bug me, is when someone's life gets ruined because they were found guilty of something that they didn't commit, or even the assumption. Look how many times it happens, when a star or whatever can be accused of this. No trial has happened, no facts coming out. But the minute someone especially gets accused of anything to do with children or of RAP, of a female and stuff like that, instantly they're pretty much, their sponsors don't want nothing to do with them. Their careers are over and stuff like that. So if there's nothing at the end of the day that would bug me is when an innocent person, life gets ruined when if they truly are innocent out of all this. That's absolutely devastating to a person's entire life. Aspen attended the voyeur d'or. Would love to hear him. What, Ben? What's the voyeur d'or? What is that? Voyeur d'or. The process. Yeah. Hi, Miranda. Hope you're feeling better. Somebody clue me in on what people think is the connection with the Flora fire, other than same detectives. Keep seeing comments. Yeah, maybe a while back there could have been some sort of perhaps a connection, if it was based around certain other undesirables. But as for the Flora fire, so the Flora fire, Travis, it's always been kind of connected to that. The same people that had something to do with Delphi had something to do with the Flora fires. So maybe that's the stuff that you're seeing, that people are still trying to connect the two. And so that would be if there was multiple people, and it did. It made absolute sense. Like Garrett Kurtz, at the time before BG came into this, there was multiple things that came out, about Garrett Kurtz, him working on Ron Logan's land, again, that whole crew and stuff like that, that wasn't so far off. Yeah. I mean, I personally would have ducked, but if you're literally beside Susan Hendricks, are you really honest, in all fairness, right? Are you really gonna say no, I'm not doing it? It just depends, right? I might be that person, but not everybody's that person, but that part is one of those things. I would fully understand when someone is kind of pushed into that camera there. This all sounds like made up BS and what Ari supposedly said in the car. If it's not recorded, I don't believe anything Holman says. Not going to believe. Yeah, there's truly so many missed opportunities with this case, isn't there? Right? If they don't have a recording of Richard Allen calling in and saying, hey, I was on the bridge from 1:30 to 3:30, and things are written on paper, there can easily be things that can be taken away from that. And I think that there's just been tons of missed opportunities in this case, which has led to basically, in a sense, really, the LE getting battered on this case. It's endless. The amount of F-ups in this case are just endless. And like I said, so knowing full well that that's the case, and they can pat their backs all that they want and say how brilliant and awesome and amazing they are. But honestly, at the end of the day, we all know that this case has been a disaster from the start. And we've all felt the pain and agony of the families that have had to spiral in this circus of a case that's been going on because of that, and that's what's saddening, is that it's because of all these things. Had everything, if things were done properly, like Doolin there, dumb Doolin, well, I guess, should have recorded it, I guess, in hindsight. Really? You meet someone, first of all, at a store? Really? So you're going to talk to somebody that admits to being there, and you're, yeah, you know what? I guess I'll just meet you at the store. And then on top of that, you literally have no recollection of talking to that one person that admits to being there, that all those years that they're begging and doing police conferences. There's something amiss with that shit. There just is. Right? I mean, probably even a monkey could have remembered that, oh, maybe that one person that confessed not only called in and confessed, but literally spoke to Doolin as well for like another confession or admission, I should say, admission, right? And you're going to tell me all these years go by and you remember, and then they put the word cleared. Why did it get the word cleared? Were they friends? Did they know each other? Why would he get cleared? Yeah. That would be someone that would be suspect, that literally is saying that they're there from this time to this time, the time that the girls were murdered. The only person that seems to, that they can't identify is one person. And there's one person is the only one claiming that he was there at that time. And you're telling me that at no point during all those years, you don't remember that nobody seems to remember that? That's just absurd. That's just either the most complete, utter incompetence beyond belief, or there's something amiss. And that just seems, when you just feel like something's more amiss than somebody just having amnesia, that it just seems ridiculous to even think that out of all these press conferences and stuff and all these people talking about the case, and this guy just draws a blank, doesn't, I don't know, what? Richard Allen Whitman. Sonny, you've done a lot of work on both the Morpho case and this. Thank you, Pinky. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's just, it's one of those things, it's nice when you can, like for people that aren't afraid to be on camera or, host a channel and stuff like that, which I'm not. It's really great that we can create platforms, because there's a lot of people out there that can't sit up, be a creator, but can go into the different channels and follow cases, because everyone's different, right? In their certain ways. So it is really nice that we have platforms that people can advocate for certain things and stuff like that, and that's what makes the internet as evil as it can be, but it's also what makes it a beautiful place to be as well. That we can have these platforms to bring awareness so fast to a missing person, to a case, and that other people will come into the channel, follow you and stuff like that, because either they like you, like your channel, like what you stand for, whatever the reason, right? But it is really cool. Travis, the rabbit hole, in my opinion, could be true. I don't know, though. Okay. Watching the latest Zodiac document in on Netflix, a bunch more info, but still nothing definitive. 50 years. Am I missing a part of a conversation there? I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. Are you talking to me, or are you talking to Travis? Who are you talking to? Otto? Maybe. I don't think so. If you mean in the court thing, I don't know. No. I think he's going through a lot right now. I've been worried about him. Yeah, I've already talked about it with it. And bottom line is, the actual victims, I mean, each to their own, right? But you don't just ditch your partner and basically become non-existent, okay? You just don't do that after all those years. But knowing that he is a very emotional person and all that stuff. But bottom line is, if the victims' families who actually have suffered through this case, and they go and fight every day for justice, that's what this channel was always about, bringing a voice for the girls of Abby and Libby. So I said, you need to suck it up, in a sense, put your big boy panties on, and fight for the girls, for a voice, for justice and stuff like that. It's, either you can handle it or you can't. But this has been an ongoing thing for this case for all these years. And now is not the time to crumble, And if you are and you can't handle it, then so be it. But at the end of the day, when you spend all these years fighting for a case, waiting for this exact moment, and then all of a sudden it becomes about, too emotional stuff and stuff like that. I get it. Obviously, you're there. You're around people. You're seeing stuff right visually in front of your face. But everybody else is doing lives. Everybody else, including Tom Webster, is doing lives. I don't make, I have compassion, that, but I don't make, I don't like excuses for not getting messages and someone barely messaging me. That's just wrong. But you know what? At the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm not going to sit there and harbor all this resentment and stuff like that. Am I upset? Of course I am. I should be. I have a right to be upset. This is a case we've been following forever. I can't force somebody to do something if they're not going to do it. But I would expect more from a friend of mine for over 3 years to see at least message me, or give me an update or something throughout the day. Just something, a droplet. I don't want to bring that. Whatever. You guys know me. I just, I'm not one that can hide my emotions or how I'm feeling about something if something triggers me. And if I'm a shitty person, then I have to obviously own up to it if I'm being a real crappy person, because there's times that I kind of hibernate. But this is the trial. This is the trial that we've been waiting for, right? To fight for justice for Abby and Libby, and the case that we've been fighting for this whole entire time. Hi again, Sharon. You and Ben and I are more than I. Well, okay. Are you talking to, what I'm saying is, if you are actually listening to what they are saying amongst the defense and the witness, they used her by an example, by name. Yeah, you must be having a conversation with somebody other than myself. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I gotta move down. Yeah, okay. You guys, I'm probably way behind in my comments. Right, yeah. I would ignore the whole Flora part of that for the relation to Delphi, to be honest with you. Did they ask Doolin how many interviews he did for this case? Oh, in total, like besides Richard Allen? I don't recall hearing that. Cold Truth lost 70 hours of video. Sorry, I gotta scroll down. I watch quietly. Yeah. Oh, I'm a blubbering bag of inconsistency. You putting back some of that shit? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And no one's going to take that away from me. Yes, I do. He wasn't in court today. Maybe. I don't know. I still wouldn't know, Sharon. I told him to message me, remember, from the other night? And I haven't heard nothing. Like zero. Nothing. I have no idea. Remember, I didn't know he was even in Delphi. I heard it through other people, So I don't know. I would always wish, of course, Aspen the best, right? I know he's a very emotional person. Like, I'm emotional, but he's like he's probably me when I was younger, but because of circumstances, I've hardened up my shell when it comes to stuff, but everyone that's been in the courtroom to see the crime scene photos and to have to see visuals up close and stuff, it's very emotional for sure, and some people, like I said, everybody else is doing lives, covering it still. They're exhausted, they're tired and all that stuff. Maybe this was just way, way, way too much for him. I just would have expected to hear really from my friend to at least message me to say, you know what, I'm not going to court today. I'm having a bad day today. Anyways, we're going to put that one aside. Oh, Otto. If there's one thing about me that I always know, is that I move on very quickly from things. In a sense, I will move on from a person. I will move on from things, because I am old enough and wise enough to know that life goes on. Every day your life goes on, right? And shit happens, type of thing. So in my life, honestly, like I said, I don't stress about things. I just know that life carries on and goes on. Remember, if you guys never have heard of that poem, a reason, a season, or a lifetime, it's a very good poem. Some people come into your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. That's a very good poem. But anyways, so There ain't no gasket gonna be blown here. My gasket's fully intact. I can show my frustration, but to be honest with you, it's not like I walk away after this live going, oh shit, shit, my life's not gonna go on if I don't talk to Aspen. No, I'll go out, look at my cats, talk to my husband, and that's about it. Get ready for a live tomorrow. Maybe he is depressed. Like it is hitting him hard. So sending it, yeah. I mean, it is hard on him. It's hard on a lot of people, but specifically, yes. Aspen is very emotional. He always has been when it comes to things, but he also lots of times disappears when he's been in Delphi, and I don't hear from him as well. But like I said, I mean, I can only control my own thoughts and whatever, and everybody else has to control their own. But definitely for anyone, including myself, if I was out there, if I literally had to be in a courtroom, it would be hard. I would probably be bawling like a baby to see these pictures that you see on the internet, but to actually have to visually see all these pictures and the girls, knowing, the hard part here is, first of all, knowing that the families are right there that have to go through all this. But secondly, knowing that two beautiful girls lost their lives and will never ever walk this earth again, and knowing that you literally have to see pictures of these two girls, and they become, like, over the years, as if you know them yourself, that you know the Becky and Mike and stuff like that, and the Patties and Kelsey, and it's almost like a side family that you've grown attached to because of how much people have cared about this case. Good night, Farmer. Maybe he saw a bit of what Gaul was all about from a different angle. Maybe. Maybe. Little heart. Love to Teresa. Good night, Farmer. Thanks. Lurked long enough to see anyone by cause I'm shallow. Anyways, okay. Still here. It's like someone going, yeah, peekaboo, still here. All right. I don't know. Let's see here. I don't know. Travis, I don't know. If you got time, do you want to come up for, I don't know, half an hour or something or not? If not, that's fine. Probably going to end the live soon anyway. But if you wanted to come up and say your piece, feel free on that. Because I know it's, sucks always typing stuff. And I didn't really bug anybody today. I just know that everyone's been busy and stuff like that. And, Charmaine's been working her buddy off. But tomorrow we're going to be doing a live. There should be like Alexa. There should be a few of us. Like I put Aspen live Friday night. So I'm not counting nothing on that. Right. So I don't want to, I hate to make promises, if I can't keep them. I hate making a fool of myself that way. Just for my own personal self. But let's see. So Alexa, Charmaine should be on as well. Ivy Rose, and I'll see whoever else wants to come on as well. But anyways. Oh, sorry. It's like I didn't see no one typing, and just wanted to say hey. Hey, Pinky, thanks so much for the support. Oh, well, I'm desperate for attention. So sorry, I didn't even read that. At Ben, a detective could be asked, did you check his criminal history? Nothing, right? That is how they would have been told unless he testified, which isn't going to happen. Oh, yeah. Hey, yeah. So as for Ives, I believe that motion will get quashed. Do you think so? Do you think so, Travis? That the motion will get quashed for Robert Ives? I do. I think it's a pointless thing, to be honest. I mean, the whole thing is that what they really want to bring Ives on for is because of how he had characterized the crime scene. But the thing is that he's a prosecutor. He's not a crime scene expert. And like Alexa says, he uses, like the wrong term. But anyways, I think it's going to get quashed myself. Like tomorrow night, grandkids. Yeah. Family and life always first. on there. Lacey, you're here. I just want to quickly see here. Okay, make that smaller. Just want to see what else we got. Fox News. Well, we don't like to do Fox too much because actually they haven't been too bad. Maybe we'll throw them up there.
Today is the day the
Let's throw Fox News up there. And hi. Didn't mean to do that. Meant to do this. It's when you get up close and personal. Let's just listen to this one for a second.
prosecution's case finally started to crystallize and come together in a Delphi courtroom in the murder case of Richard Allen, accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German in 2017. And at one point late this afternoon, State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman said during a search warrant of his house in 2022, Richard Allen turned to him and said, "It doesn't matter, it's over." Maybe, says the prosecution, maybe that insinuates some guilt for the murders of those girls. But first of all, Max Lewis, you got to figure out, how did the investigators, after 5.5 years of treading water and spinning their wheels, suddenly in September and October of 2022 latch on to Richard Allen?
Yeah, and that began really the week the girls were murdered, because that is when Richard Allen came forward and gave a tip saying that he was on the trails that day from about 1:30 in the afternoon to about 3:30 in the afternoon. And then after that, he was interviewed by a conservation officer who took his statement, prepared the report, and filed that report. But that report did not turn up again until 2022.
Two things about that report. One, that conservation agent wrote down the model and cell phone, the serial number of Richard Allen's cell phone he was carrying that day in 2017. And two, the report was misfiled under the name Rick Allen Whiteman. Of course, Whiteman's not his last name. That's the street he lives on, which is why it's misfiled in the system until a volunteer researcher digs it out in September of 22.
Yeah, and so it was misfiled not only, and also it was labeled cleared on it, which was another misfile as well. The big thing was Kathy Shank was her name, was the secretary who worked at the command post and was going through these tips. Said they were moving. She was cleaning out a drawer and one day found this tip and sent it right over to Tony Liggett, who was the lead investigator.
Tony Liggett was the lead investigator for the Carroll County Sheriff. Then he goes to the lead investigator for the prosecutor's office, a man named Steve Mullen, who at the time of the girls' deaths was actually the police chief here in Delphi. So Liggett and Mullen then on October 13th, 2022, they bring Richard Allen in for an interview.
Yeah, and they say that Richard Allen came with them very willingly. He was forthcoming. They Mirandized him during this interview, but things really took a turn at the very end when they put a picture of Bridge Guy before them, basically asking if this was him. The quote Richard Allen said was if the picture was taken on the girl's phone, it couldn't be me. After that, he ended the interview and they took him back home.
But it was a couple hours later when state troopers showed up at Richard Allen's home and began a search warrant. This afternoon, we heard from the detective, David Vito, who led that search warrant. He said in Richard Allen's house, we found clothes that looked like Bridge Guy's. We found his car, which we think was at the scene. We found knives. The girls were slashed to death. And we also found in his bedroom a .40 caliber gun and .40 caliber ammunition that looks like the same type of ammunition that was found at the crime scene. And they used that ammunition to link that gun to Richard Allen and to the murders. But what was really surprising is while this search warrant is going on, and as Max mentioned, he already been advised of his constitutional rights to keep silent. He's sitting in the car with Lieutenant Jerry Holman of the Indiana State Police, and Holman testified today that while he was talking to Richard Allen, at one point Richard Allen just looked at him and he said, "It doesn't matter, it's over." And Holman said he said that twice, perhaps insinuating that there was some guilt of mind there. The defense pushed back on that and said, you didn't record that. We just take your word that he said it. And the defense also asked Holman and Vito, did you find any DNA on a knife in his car or on his clothes that links him to the murder scene? And the answers were no.
Yeah, those were the same questions asked of Tony Liggett as well. Did you find anything that has DNA evidence that connects Richard Allen to the scene? The answer was no. Did you find any digital evidence that connects Richard Allen's to the scene? They said no. I think you listed off the things they found in there. What is equally important was the things they did not find, including the cell phone that Richard Allen had at the time the girls went missing. That was the one device of the 20 plus devices they seized that they did not find in his home, as well as they did not find any clothing of the girls, because we learned today that there's pieces of clothing missing from the scene that have still not been found to this day.
All right, that's going to wrap it up for today. Tomorrow we're back at it again. Max, I think we're going to hear from some.
Oh, actually, let's listen to what he says there, actually, because I think he's talking about what's going to happen tomorrow.
Bullet extraction experts that are going to try to match the bullet that was found at the crime scene with the gun at Richard Allen's house, and we'll be right back at it. For Max
of the girls, because we learned today that there's pieces of clothing missing from the scene that have still not been found to this day.
All right, that's
at the time the girls took off the things they found in there. What is equally important was the things they did not find, including the cell phone that Richard Allen had.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear again. Okay, so a couple of those things, will be huge because, again, right, as I had talked about yesterday and what they kind of brought up today is that he had all these phones. We know that a ton of phones were taken, and but knowing full well that the phone that would most be relevant out of all these phones that he has collected, that's going to be something that's going to stand out to the jurors, that the phone during that time just not there. It's not there, with that. And the clothing, bottom line is because of how the events went with this case and it being such a disaster, at the end of the day, Richard Allen had all the time in the world to, get rid of any DNA evidence. I mean, we're talking 5.5 years, right? Okay, this guy, if he knows that he did it, he has all the time in the world. Of course, they're probably not going to find any DNA evidence at this point. I mean, it's still striking that there was no DNA evidence found, but if they were stupid enough not to be able to take the sticks, considering that they would have blood on them, right? I mean, honestly, you can't wrap your head, you can't make this shit up of how bad of a disaster what they done or what evidence that they basically fucked up with their interviews. You guys know, I don't have to keep repeating it, from the start of the dog. It just went downhill from there. But there's those certain key things that are definitely going to stand out. Not to say that there's not key things that are going to stand out from the defense as well, but at the end of the day, it's the prosecution's job to prove that Richard Allen is guilty. But there's definitely key things there. Now, I was hoping to hear that they had found at his home, perhaps the underwear and sock that was missing from it. But then there was that piece of me that's like, I was hoping, because that to me was done, right? If they had that, it was done. Oh, it would be more questions for you. I can pop on in 5. Okay. Copy. I'll just go send this link in your email, Travis. Your Shaw bill is ready. Compose to Travis. Where are you, Travis? I always forget you on this one. I'll have to go to my other email. Give me a sec here. Go to the crime and shame email. Okay. Docs pop. And you guys know that there's, like I said, those documents that came out about the jury, the different things about the charges and stuff like that. Maybe I'll go over those tomorrow. We'll see. Well, I keep thinking tomorrow's Saturday for some reason in my head. Travis on there. Okay, it's going to the WED, starting with the WED email, Travis. So wait, compose WED link. Okay, paste. Okay, I sent you the link, Travis, to your WED email on there. Look at Ben. Ben, when are you ever going to come up here? When are you ever going to join me up here, Ben? That's the question. You know, you're so smart. You're such like I said, thank you, mods, for all that you do out there. Ben never asked to be a mod. I'm forced him to be a mod because he was always giving me links. He was always so on it and all there. But you know, you watch you're a very grounded, very nice person. So I want to know when your ass is gonna come up here. You don't have to go to camera. You can just the voice, you know? You can just yeah. I mean, if I've made you mod and you didn't want to be mod, pretty sure I could force you to come up here too. But you can, you know, try to be like, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. But yeah, you know, you wanna. Yeah, Ben, what about it? You know, is Ben gonna go silent on us? Am I putting him on the spot? Sonny, with my accent? Do you have an accent? Do you have an accent? Yeah, that one, Travis. What's your accent, Ben? If you've like acquired this whole Aussie accent, oh, that was it. I'm Italian. Okay, so I expect Italian to meet with Australian. Husband doesn't have to know that I drool over the Aussie accent for sure. Number one. But no, Ben, I would love to have you up here. To be honest with you, you got such wise thoughts. You're very smart. You know, you can tell that you're very intelligent. You're on the ball with information. You could probably school me on hosting a channel. To be honest with you. Italian. Well, okay, fine. You can just Italian then. Ignore the fact about the Aussie accent. Okay, you guys. Let me find another article. Oh, there's Travis. Good. Hey, Travis. Oops, I gotta find him. Hey, Travis. Hey, Travis.
Hey there. Can you hear me?
Hey. Yeah. Oh, I hear my husband. I was just gonna say to you, wait a second. I'm just gonna give my husband a call. Anyways, Travis, thoughts about
Sunny.
whatever. Yeah.
Well,
And thank you for coming up.
oh, thanks for having me. So, what's the deal? Let me ask you first. So, what's the deal with this Flora fire arson for African American girls
Right.
parish?
So is that
Doesn't
because
seem to be any. I know people, different conspiracies, or depending on what they think happened with Richard Allen, but I can't even make any sense of it whatsoever. Do you know what like the basic premise is, even if it's crazy?
well, the basic premises I think is about people. I think it. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys in chat here, but if I can remember, it was about the handling of people that they were trying to connect to, kind of like handling of Delphi and the Flora fires. So basically, what happened is that the Flora fires happened before Abby and Libby. And basically, it was always deemed as a suspicious arson, and that
Right.
that someone purposely set forth the fire for this. Basically, a lot of it has to do with the corruption of the people handling the case,
Right.
and yeah, and same suspects in both cases. Yeah, that's kind of how it really got brought into it, because it was really that people that had suspects for Delphi were also bringing them in as that these were connected, that somehow these cases were connected, and that like especially like because Becky Patty, she did an evaluation on the Flora house, and I can't remember if it was Derek went or if it was Becky that went, but anyways, so it all kind of got intertangled because of that. And this is before kind of Richard Allen, but you know how it is that no matter what, people, no matter what, even if facts hit them in the face, they still want to believe that they're connected somehow. And you know, like I don't know what else really to say to that because
No,
it's just
I get that. You know, it's people that if you get into a conspiracy rabbit hole, then
yeah,
um, yeah, you become vested in that theory and tied to it, and then you develop cognitive dissonance where even like you say, you get slapped upside the head, and it's like, look, and it's like
yeah,
once you're in that cognitive dissonance mode, there's no way out. No matter what somebody shows you that
yeah.
logically
That
proves the opposite, you
right.
just become more entrenched in your rabbit
Yeah.
hole. But no, I was
So when
just trying to figure out what the kernel, the kernel of truth, or what the common denominator was. But someone had
yeah,
mentioned in chat uh, true crime. That's not it. I'm so bad with names.
yeah, same.
Truth. They're in your chat.
Truth liquid,
No, truth crime. They answered my
cold
question
truth.
anyway. And that's it, cold truth. Jeez Louise. Um, and said, essentially what the common denominator is it happened in the same county. So obviously,
Yeah,
sheriffs countywide, it's going to be the same people at the sheriff's office. It's going to be Liggett or the predecessor sheriff,
right.
and you're going to have all those common things. But at one point, I looked it up just to kind of see, and they had filed a federal civil rights case alleging um, improprieties in the investigation and
Yeah,
so on and so forth. And, it went nowhere. And
you know,
it didn't look like it went nowhere because the deficiencies in the attorney or anything. There just wasn't anything there to work with. But I keep seeing, you had mentioned a couple of the commentators and the number of people and that are in court every day and going over their notes. And I try and watch at least two or three before I come to a conclusion on anything. And, of course, it's interesting. Everyone's got a little bit different take, but that's to be expected because everybody comes from a different background on it. But
yeah,
yeah, the numbers are incredible. People just craving to get an accurate
yeah,
account. Um, but it takes two or three. And I was sincere when I said, that I keep looking for Aspen's, almost a lawyer's impressions on this stuff,
yeah.
whether his channel, your channel. But then I did happen to catch him on that brief
Gray
uh,
Hughes.
cameo appearance he made on your all's channel when he said he had to go take a shower and get
Oh,
ready.
that was
You had to kick him off, as I recall, because
pretty much. Hmm.
but yeah, I was a bit. I felt really bad for him that he kind of shared. I think it was completely sincere, but it seemed like it caught him by surprise, the impact. So I felt bad for him. I was surprised that kind of snuck up on him like that because he'd been following the case and he had been to a hearing before. But yeah, it's a whole lot different thing when you're in the court and you're watching that thing live. And now maybe he'll understand why I said I was almost glad in a way it wasn't going to be streamed because there's good people there watching, and whatever's happening in the courtroom is being caught by, not really too happy with the media, but, you know, creators, people really taking good notes, and there's multiple sources of good notes, people that, you know, are out of the drama and whatnot, but it's a lot different when you're in that courtroom. I mean, you can feel it. I mean,
Yeah.
and I really, Adam Aspen's always had really good insights, as have you, about different things going on. He had been out there once before in person, and I thought had really good insight into what the witnesses testified to and whatnot. And just been missing hearing his angle. I get 2 or 3 angles. I'm pretty much watching Andrea the most, Lawyer Lee on some things,
Yeah, Lawyer
and
Lee. Yeah.
and Bob and Allie, but Bob's so detailed, and he doesn't even start till 9. I'm on Mountain Time right now till the end of the month, but it's hard keeping up with everything. You know, I think it's a mixed bag, but yeah, it's like you say, there's just no way you can get past, if there's a couple of confessions, as was mentioned in the opening by the state, that,
Yeah.
you know, he's confessed, forget the number 61.
Yeah. Right.
You know, if they're counting this thing to Holman, for example, it doesn't matter, it's over as a confession. You can see how, you know, there's 100 shades of gray. That's on the, yeah, it's odd, no doubt. I didn't necessarily understand the explanation of that one lawyer that was commenting with 2 of her colleagues on that one station. The
The one that we just watched.
yeah, that she
Yeah.
said, oh yeah, you know, it was, they said this, and then when it was in context, it was a whole different thing. And I'm like, I'm not seeing it as a whole different thing. It's still pretty damn odd. Why are you saying it doesn't matter? It's all over.
Right.
We,
Didn't you find that was opposite of what someone would typically say, though?
I,
Yeah.
I just found it was odd and didn't see that it was. That the context really added that much to it. But by the same token, that ain't going to get him. That ain't going to get him convicted. And if that's one of the confessions, it doesn't matter what the number is. I mean, that's pretty damn weak. It's odd, but that ain't going to get anybody
Yeah.
convicted. And especially when they've ordired on right from the get-go that, well, I'm not sure how much they questioned about it, but we heard in the mini openings before jury selection that Andy Baldwin said, "Yeah, he's confessed, but he confessed to shooting these girls. They weren't shot. He's confessed to sexually assaulting these girls. They weren't sexually assaulted. You know, in essence, he falsely confessed, and so just to get the jurors' minds open to the fact that somebody could confess to doing something that they didn't do. But if it's, I mean, a good, solid admission, um, whether to the warden or to his psychotherapist in jail, or, you know, whoever, that, you know, only things that the killer would know. Now, we've heard through at least 2, maybe a third witness, the defense asks, did you hear anything about photos or information about the crime scene being leaked? And it was Liggett today who said nothing about photos, but some information did get out. And, by all accounts, Liggett didn't hold up under cross very well today. Rosie had a pretty good day with him. But one of the questions he was asked, didn't you gag the detectives and the subordinates in your no? And he had this crazy answer. Because he was the first assistant chief at the time, but he was
Right.
about the only detective, and he said, no, I didn't gag them because of this reason that just made zero sense, because he was the lead detective in the case and had the ability to shut down things being leaked, that only the killer would know. That if you did have a pretty good idea who did it, you brought him in for an interview and you wanted to establish they weren't falsely confessing, that's how you do it. That's why they don't release everything to the public. They hold back a certain amount that only the killer would know,
Right.
because you ask them about it, and then it pretty much makes it impossible for them later on to um, recant and say, no, I was coerced or this or that. So you hold back certain things that only the killer would know. And, um, it wasn't revealed what those things were at the hearing, the 3-day pretrial hearing in late July, early August. So we still don't know. And,
Right.
we know that Nick claims there's, I don't know if he said two, or he says that he confessed multiple times, or he's confessed twice. Only the things that only the killer would know. But the state keeps asking all of these witnesses, 3, I think, Liggett being the third, you hear anything about photos being leaked? So,
Of course he did. Of course he
uh,
would have.
well, so if there, the defense keeps associating, I think the defense keeps raising that because I'm presuming they're going to call a witness in their case that says, yeah, we know for a fact this volunteer searcher, or we know for a fact this person. Um, and the question's been, you get information that somebody took photos of the crime scene with their personal camera or their personal
Right.
phone. And I don't know if you know anything about that or if that's come up in the past, but
Yeah, of course it has.
yeah, so the defense is like
Stuff.
saving that, we're talking really early on,
Yeah.
which would mean that could be an explanation. That wouldn't be something only the killer would know. If
Right. Right.
these things got circulated within the first 30 days of the incident, maybe they weren't in the newspaper, maybe they weren't, but it's a small town by all accounts, that the the word got out pretty quickly about something, whatever it is, a star or asterisk on um, one of the bodies, about the clothing, about, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you from everyone that's followed this case from the beginning and us following it for 4 years, that would have come out at some point, but it didn't, like, meaning there was definitely some photos that were taken, obviously, by Jake Johns or whatever it was, or what's his name, the uncle of Abby,
Okay, so that's
but
known. There's just no question about that. The only question is about how far they got disseminated.
yeah, but there was never, and the culture probably know, there was never any crime scene photos that had ever surfaced in all those years. The only time the crime scenes had photos had surfaced was honestly when it happened, and those 4 that came out of from the defense side, that guy, whoever. Other than that, Travis, honestly, no photos had ever been surfaced at all, like zero, zilch, nothing. So it was only speculated about Odin and all that stuff, and
No, they're not going at it from that. They're going at it. They've asked. You're not supposed to ask a question unless you have a good faith basis for it, because you could get caught. The other
right,
side could say, Judge, we want to know the good faith basis for that question, which they're not going to do if they they have knowledge that happened. And so the way they ask it is, are you aware that photos were taken of the crime scene
right.
by
I know where you're
someone with
going.
their own personal camera? Now they
Camera.
don't.
Yeah,
I don't. They're not saying, the question doesn't say, do you aware that photos got leaked or
right.
um, that sort of thing. Liggett did say some written material got leaked, and then he was
Yeah,
asked, "Didn't you clamp down on your department?" No, I didn't. But go ahead. Do we know if
what?
the
Yeah.
person that took those photos described
So
them to other people? And
no,
it
no.
yeah.
We know that there was some text messages between David Erskine, that's who the name I was looking for, that between David Erskine and another person, kind of like talking about how the girls were, and stuff like that. Um, we know that some photos were taken for sure of the clothes and that day, and those are the ones that David Erskine was passing about, like, or yeah, was passing about. As for the crime scene, there's nothing that we've, not to say that there wasn't any, but there's nothing that's ever came across out to us in the public about some of like the actual photos of the girls that were taken on the personal phone. We've only ever heard or know that that David Erskine had, like, what I think it was because I know Jake Johns found the clothes, but Dave Erskine was there as well. And it was like, it was somebody, a female that took, you guys remember it's his sister, whatever is what, that took the pictures of the clothes. And then, so that's how, of course, Dave Erskine got those and say whoever else that they were put out to. But we've never,
Oh yeah. I've seen you and Aspen
yeah,
talk about those photos. That's the one where I figured out what time of day by the shadow.
right. Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, so nothing that we've personally or anyone else that I can think of or know of, because like I said, when you like, that's just the difference, right? About this whole case is that you have all these lawyers that have no real clue about the Delphi case and have only been following it for a short time. and then they're reporting on it, and you can tell because obviously they don't like. If you were to talk to someone that's been following the case, obviously you get a lot more detailed information about the case. Where some of these people, these lawyers that are following it, they can't even tell you Ron Logan's land or where the bodies were found, besides of what they're learning now. But yet they're doing a great job on reporting about inside the court and doing a real good job that way of it. So as for like I said, the channels, in this whole time, that for the people that have been following for 7 years, from the start, there's never been anything that I'm aware of ever about any photos being taken of the girls. But that's not to say that there hasn't been. It's just we don't know
Yeah.
about those photos,
Yeah. Okay.
because they've never come to fruition.
Yeah. It's like um, well, you've been saying forever, been telling me, there's just so much out there that, and I've heard you
Yeah.
respond to some people here and there about, uh, hey, look, if you want to send it to me, I'll take a look at it. But been there, done that, already
That
gone
was
down that road. Nothing
you're
to it. I mean, there's just a
yeah.
lot of stuff out there, but
There's definitely
like the collection of the bullet, there was so many cartridge, there were so many people that were just absolutely convinced. One that
that they could see the bullet.
the crime scene wasn't secured quickly. That there were dozens of people in and out of there. It's just a complete mess. That didn't hold true. And then there was another thing about, I think a woman posted that she was out there 4 days later. She saw it, the cartridge, saw it shining, collected it in a cup, a styrofoam cup, and brought it to the police. I mean, there
Yeah.
were thousands of people before the trial commenting, in connection with kind of, why this
Yeah.
cartridge is of no significance and why this, why that. And then, um, boom, right away, it's,
Can
you
you,
know,
Travis, can you believe that that idiot said that no, if you had to take any more pictures, would you? Like, like talking about ego there. I mean, great. Thank you for showing us a bullet that we can see the butt end of. Like, like to literally sit there and acknowledge that he would not have done it differently. What a moron!
yeah.
Of
And then there
course,
was kind of inconsistent with the other person that said, yeah, if I'd done it, I would have done more. But they are correct. They don't photograph the whole sequence of, them pulling it out and videoing it. They just really don't do that except in very, very rare
well,
situations. But you would expect more photos than just the one butt
wouldn't
end in the ground. But then, I've heard the lawyers on it comment both ways, and um,
I would have
no
expected the
one no
video
one knew
footage.
the significance at the time. Um, but it's pretty significant. But then, why not test some of the twigs for blood, or just even see if they have
Yeah,
blood? But yeah, I would have expected another photo or two, um, a sequence of 20 shots of it being pulled out of the ground and put in an envelope. No, it just doesn't happen.
no,
Take,
right. I wouldn't expect that, but I would at least expect to have a photo of the bullet in the ground, a photo of the bullet laying, and then them taking a picture of it
yeah,
so you
I would
can
have
see.
expected two, maybe three. Um,
Yeah.
and
Would you
so, did I
expect
hear that one news report correctly? Tomorrow is going to be Oberg on the matching.
is going to be what, Travis?
I'm sorry. Did I hear it correctly that they said tomorrow's the Fox News or whoever the last
Yeah,
people?
let me play it. I'll play it.
I thought they
Crises
said
that they did not
tomorrow's going to be
find
the
in his
bullet.
home,
Yeah, I'll play that part again.
as well as they did not find any clothing of the girls, because we learned today that there's pieces of clothing missing from the scene that have still not been found to this day.
All right, that's going to wrap it up for today. Tomorrow we're back at it again. Next, I think we're going to hear from some bullet extraction experts that are going to try to match the bullet that was found at the crime scene with the gun at Richard Allen's house, and we'll be right back at it. For Max Lewis, I'm Real Smart.
Okay, yeah.
Bullet
So
extract. So he's confusing. There's a veteran trial reporter confusing phone extraction with
the gun.
firearm tool mark expert.
Oh, yeah.
I assume he's got that it's going to be on the cartridge, and so that's a pretty big day
Yeah,
tomorrow.
definitely.
I've heard she's a fantastic witness, very well qualified. Will acknowledge, like she has to, that it's part objective, part subjective, but training and experience. And then the association she belongs to, and her master's degree is in statistics and
Is this
research
for the
methods.
defense or prosecution?
The prosecution, Melissa Olberg.
Oh, okay, okay.
And so she was tapped by the society that they all belong to that do that tool mark evidence to do statistical analysis in response to the reports that got done by the government. First was National Science Foundation called into question many different than under the Obama administration. There was a select committee of scientists that were going to dig deeper into some of these things. They started looking into studies about them, and that the way that they counted inconclusive. So they said, "Oh yeah, it's 98% accurate." Including things that should be included, excluding things that should be excluded. But the issue was raised, if you count the inconclusives, it drops down much closer to 50-50. And then because she has the background in how to do statistics and research and analysis from a scientific background, and state statistics with scientific foundation, the National Society tapped her for the working group to improve. And then they changed the way they define things. Now it's not called a match anymore. It's called an identification, which is the way it was done in this case. And then they define identification, and it's not nearly as strong as it was in years past. But there's a case, I shared with all of you guys a long, long time ago, State v. Turner in Indiana. Firearm tool mark evidence is admissible. And they weren't going to get this court or any court to go back on that and rule that it was not appropriate expert testimony. There's an Indiana Supreme Court case right on point that affirmed a murder conviction. And so they're going to, have to deal with it the best way they can. But it's going to be interesting to see what everybody's impressions of
Yeah.
Oldberg are tomorrow. Tomorrow's a pretty important day. And then the my view, the next most important day or witnesses will be regarding these confessions or statements that only the killer would know, and if, just how strong they are and
Yeah.
if
Hmm.
they're as warranted. But I mean, what are your thoughts so far?
On which part of the?
Well, just the reporting of the mainstream media. Um,
Um. Well, the mainstream media gives it in a box, right? Kind of like, here's kind of like what we deem as the important points. I just kind of listen to what they're saying about what happened in court. Some people will say that they feel like certain channels are more biased, kind of like with the election, right? But honestly, I'm focused on I'm just focused on everything that's coming out, and taking the stuff that we say thought that we knew or did know prior to the trial happening, and then placing it in the right spot. Um, as for the say bullet, like I know that again, a lot of people are going to find that it's junk science, and then you have the side that's going to say it's not. That's really going to be to me up to the whole jury, to decide. So I'm just really for myself inhaling the information, trying to make sense of it, in a sense, knowing full well that, like, I mean, to me, they arrested Richard Allen with definite probable cause, due to the fact of his own admissions of being on the bridge and stuff like that. Now, so I think it's the fact that in my heart of hearts, after hindsight, and then going back to the BG on the bridge and stuff like that, and looking and thinking about everything, does it seem like it's Richard Allen at this point and stuff like that? Yes, but my mind is always open for anything to happen. But I think that my bottom line with this is that there's a couple factors that will weigh heavily on this, but I think that still the icing on the cake would to me be if there's only the killer with no confessions. And I get what you were trying to say earlier, that if there's these photos out there that somebody took on their phone, that they're trying to say, well, then this was knowledge and stuff like that, that it's nothing that just the killer would know. And of course, trying to break that down. So I'm just
yeah, I'm
my
just saying that's the only, I don't know if they have anybody or not. They're supposed to. You're supposed to have a good faith basis. And then, okay, yeah. And all right. So, yeah, this was a family member that wasn't really thinking, took photos, um,
right.
and, was uh, trying to explain what happened to the mother and father of these two girls, and kind of took the photos to better be able to explain, or whatever the reason was. And they never got shared. And then it's like, okay, well, um, then is that the whole thing? They're going to call this searcher uncle, relative, um, and you took photos, right? And you
Hmm.
described them. Did you send them to anybody? Who'd you describe them to? And there's no real um, connection. But I suppose if it's not going to be a surprise to the defense. Everything's has to have been turned over. So whatever the confessions are,
Hmm.
um, I, s- I suspect they're going to be there because y- y- Baldwin did an excellent opening, very detailed, already gave them hints from what's going to come in the cartridge analysis, and they're going to be able to see with their own eyes.
Right.
These things don't match. He's planting the seeds, and which goes to another thing. You had um, an episode. I shouldn't say that. Well, you had a live presentation with several people on leading into the trial, and I was on that in and out with coverage. Sorry about that, but I was able to get out that jurors are going to be asking questions, and people are like, "Oh, they get to ask questions in Indiana," and I'm like, "Absolutely." And then
Yeah,
there was, "Well, what if she won't allow it?" And I said, "She
I
had no
like
choice."
that.
Yeah,
I
she had
like
no choice, and I said,
Mhm.
"So here, listen to the questions. They're going to be, first determine, are they asking questions? And they clearly are. Then number
Yeah,
two, if they are, what are they asking? Because they're hugely important. And then number three is if they ever stop asking questions, because we all know what that
Mhm.
means. And uh, so for me, it's the questions are, they've asked the best questions. They've zeroed in on it with some witnesses, could kind of tell they didn't like, jurors didn't like them avoiding the questions they were asked. And, it's pretty hard if the judge allows the question to go forward, pretty hard for that witness to ignore it, because those are the only people that matter, those 12 people. And they've been asking some
yeah,
really, really good questions.
right.
So,
Which is good, which we would want.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's what you want either way. And
yeah. We
some
want a
question,
fair
go
trial.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, at the end of the day, you know, all I want is a fair trial to happen for Richard Allen, and to basically let if there's evidence to prove that he did it, type of idea, right? And so because this case has been a disaster from the get go and stuff like that, you know, um, like I said, there was so much stuff that could have, would have, should have probably happened for absolute certainty, So like I said, it's kind of like I'm just thinking about things as the case is going along and whatever. But at the end of the day, it's those 12 people, and that will decide this, whether or
Yeah.
not he's guilty or not.
You
But
know,
as long as I don't know, do you feel like
if he's convicted, depending on what those
confessions?
confessions are,
Yeah,
um, I mean, if they're just super rock solid, it could render, what, in my opinion, the other error on cutting into his defense too much. And I'm just wondering why on earth um, McClelland's asking for so much to be excluded.
yeah.
Um, I
It's like
think
someone
he's,
putting the ball in their park, eh? Their
yeah,
ball,
well,
the court in their favor, type of thing. Yeah,
I think there's a better than 50-50 chance that if he's convicted, it's gonna get reversed. But again, it's that goes up and down with what these confessions are,
confessions.
because you
Yeah,
have to show that the error is material. And but third party, a couple of these people, um, like lawyer Lee, she's, I think that's a direct connection, and you really can't exclude that. It's a problem. Andrea is much more um, adamant that it's a problem. But I mean, if he's got two solid confessions, why are you even taking the risk of getting a judge that's going along with pretty much everything um, you ask for? You can ask for too much,
right.
and but you know, um,
Do you feel that there's going to be a big difference, though, Travis? Like, if those confessions are related to the audio recordings to his wife and his mom about kind of like the play out, like basically some details that he gave, versus confessions that came after. Because kind of like, remember, so yesterday, going back in time, I played a video where we have the PCA, which had some changes in it that were things that were added to it. And then right after that, I played where they had the document about about his confessions and how his wife had hung up the phone and that he hadn't made a phone call. And that's basically when he started eating his paper and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
I wish
then
I had caught that because I was confused. I thought the original PCA had mention of the 2 telephone calls with wife and other
no,
relative, and there was some factual problems with them. But I thought they knew that that he was confessing within 2-3 days, and then somebody said, no,
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 no, that
that
was until
wasn't until.
March 3rd. March 3rd is when March 3rd is when he was confessing of
And then
2000.
did that end up in another PCA or another
Well,
search
it
warrant?
it was, well, no, well, so what happened is that there was a dump of documents, and so when they released this particular document that had like the PCA in it, and it was just a document dump, right? You know, when they released this like whole big zip file, and it was
Right,
just a document dump. So
right,
one of the things that they messed up on was that they left everybody's names, and then they had to retract it and put, and then whatever. But we had already had it by this point because they didn't see that, you know what I mean? It wasn't
right,
realized until after.
right.
But anyways, so in this document dump was, like I said, confessions or whatever, or the talk about when he confessed, and basically how he was acting, and he was acting after he had confessed to his wife and his mother, and his wife had hung up the phone on him. Then he hadn't made any phone calls after that point, and then he started, like I said, eating paper, acting very whatever you want to call it, psychotic, whatever. And then once basically they were checking his mental health, and then the psychiatrist said that no, he doesn't need to have like, almost like, I think it was to say like mandatory assistance for medication in a sense, and it was determined he didn't. And then they said after that he all of a sudden started acting like he did prior, like prior to the confession to his wife, and that he started, started putting back on the weight and started acting more normal again in comparison to how he did after that phone call with his wife, and that there was no phone calls, and he threw his iPad and broke it and different things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I guess my point with that is that, it's, for me, this is one of those things, is that the defense was, of course, trying to get those confessions thrown out. But that didn't work, right? And so I can absolutely see it that these false confessions are coming out later, like, meaning, not to say it's 100% accurate, but I absolutely believe if the confessions are right at the start, when there was no coercion, he willingly spoke to his wife and his mother, about saying that he's guilty or whatever he says in them. And then all of a sudden, it's kind of like to throw off from those confessions. Well, let me just say that I shot the girls in the back, like as if to say, like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I did it all. I shot them in the back. I did this. I did that. And I could see somebody easily doing that because obviously, without representation properly, if they don't have proper representation at the time, because no lawyer is going to want their client ever to confess, to the murder
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. But obviously, after the fact, all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, I did this confession. So I'll be curious how that plays out, because to me, I'll think that the
So how long after that was after the arrest?
so about 6 months. So he was arrested October
Okay.
26th,
Yeah,
right, of
see,
2020,
he was arrested when?
like October 26th.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
And
And
then
then, yeah. And
I
so
thought there was a hearing.
6 months. Yeah.
So he gets arrested, and then there's all of this stuff in social media, and then Judge Diener flips out and gets off the case and grants a
Right.
safekeeping order. And
Yeah.
then I think in November, ju- um, and then by November, um, Brad and Andy are appointed, and Judge Gold comes down, and they have their first hearing on the case in November. And on criminality, they got those transcripts of those early hearings that
Right.
the court reporter would give up. And they have me play Nick McClellan for some reason.
Oh yeah, right. When you guys were role playing.
And I thought that in that November hearing, Nick, because I just remember it from my part, and Your Honor, he's confessed. He's confessed twice. Anyway, so, but that could have been from a different hearing. And I said, wasn't he confessing within a month or two to his wife? And they're like, no, that was like 6 months later.
Yeah,
But
6 months later.
okay.
Yeah. What was I was just going to ask you? Okay, one thing that I would love to know, but of course, again, they probably don't have the answer to this. I would love to know. So Richard Allen, of course, worked at the CVS. I would like to know what he did after that. Did he go back to work? Did he call in for a sick day? How was his routine after it? So if he did commit the murders, just in general, I would like to know did he go back to work, call in sick for a couple of days? I think that would be very important in assessing, like, did he act differently after
Hmm.
these crimes were committed? Did his work schedule suddenly become he called in sick? I would love to know that, just for the sake of, obviously, because once somebody commits a crime, especially if they've never committed a crime before, you never, like, right, you can role play in your head exactly what somebody might do to commit a crime and this and that, but when you actually do it, and then like, your adrenaline's running and shit like that. So I'd be curious to know
Yeah.
what.
I'd like to know the next time you have, who's our profiler friend
Oh, that's tomorrow, Lexa.
yeah. Um, um, Obviously you're going to ask her about that. I think she would know way more than me, but I think what she'll say is, a true, um, you know, I've had John Douglas, the big time FBI profiler, in a couple of cases, and he'll tell you, um, a real true stone cold psychopath can pass a polygraph. Um, they're just ice run through their veins, and it doesn't matter. They can beat a polygraph anytime. They can go back to work after committing the most heinous thing, and go in and um, not bat an eye. Just a regular day. I don't know if she's going to tell us that, or that. No, you can tell a lot of things about that. I just don't have the expertise, but I mean, that's great. And I would think the defense, the way they would get that in, if they're not planning on calling Richard Allen, is, which I'm sure they're not. Um, so can't get it in through your own witness because you're not going to call them. So you call people at CVS, and you've gone out and talked to them, and um, you know what was his regular shift that day? What did he miss any time? Did he?
Right.
Um,
Oh, you popped out for 1 second. You back,
yeah,
Travis?
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you popped out for 1 second
I'm
there.
sorry about that. Yeah, so you have to get that in through CVS time records and maybe call a manager and of course you've talked to these people ahead of time and made sure that no, he missed the next week or he quit or we
Right.
never heard from him again. But I guess that's not going to be the case. He
Well, I was gonna
stayed
say,
at CVS for a long time.
yeah, exactly. Right. So yeah. So the other thing I did want to ask you, Travis, changing direction here for a second because I'm curious on your thoughts about this. So the defense is trying to go with the fact that the girls were taken in a vehicle on the private drive um, from the scene and then, in a sense, brought back. Now, because and then they're basing this on the phone turning on at 4:33. Now, like I said, so to me, they can say that all they want. But when you know that the crime scene, how it was, that there was the splatter on the tree, there was the pools of blood, that Libby's hair was soaking wet, the clothes that Abby had on of Libby's were wet, so meaning all that stuff. So who in their right mind is going to come at 4:33 or 4 o'clock in the morning between 2 o'clock when the search ended to 6 o'clock in the morning when it restarted again? Who in their right mind is going to take girls, bring them back alive, and then slit their throats and do all that stuff and set it up? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So how do so in just to ask you, because in my head I'm like seriously, defense, how are you going to explain how that you would bring back the girls alive and do all the cutting in the crime scene at that point in the midst of this? My question to you on
Yeah,
this
but
one,
see,
Travis.
another part of it is what they're saying is there's not enough blood there. Um,
Now
not
that's
enough. There's not enough blood, according to them, on the ground for it to have occurred there. That they had to be in a different position because the way the blood ran down their face or whatnot. They had to be in a different position. It's kind of one of those things you're throwing everything at it, and that deal with the phones. That hey, we know these phones don't lie, and this Apple Fitness it shows 20 feet, and so that'd be like
oh
going down a ravine, and then
well we learned.
there's no more steps after a certain time. And I mean, talk
According.
about in Karen Reed, um, they had people going upstairs in that house, what floor they were on, uh, trying to prove a conspiracy, that there was a fight inside the house, and that Apple
Mhm.
Fitness proved all this. You know, my response is, what, if any, questions have the jurors been asking about this? And there's been a couple. I don't think anything definitive, but remember, it was a juror that asked first time, uh, what was your carrier? Verizon. Then Nick came back with, well, are you like my wife? She pays all the bills. I mean, are you really sure it's Verizon? And yeah, my wife pays the bills, and yeah, I'm pretty positive we had Verizon at that time. And
Right. Yeah.
then the one of the attorneys now asks every witness if they
Yeah.
were down there making a call, who'd you have? And so we've heard Verizon and AT&T, no
AT&T.
problems with
Yeah.
cell coverage with either. But it's really hard to predict, especially folks like you guys been following the thing for
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7 years. You have all of this information. I see in chat all the time stuff like she was on the Dr. Phil show and
Right.
said this, and
Yeah.
either she's totally lying, I'll get the clip, but it doesn't matter. You can't impeach somebody with Dr. Phil's show in trial. It's called the
Yeah.
collateral source. You only impeach somebody if they've put something on oath before, but people know so much and they're like, I've got a screenshot of this person saying they were here or they were there. And that's different from what they're saying in trial. It's
Mhm.
really difficult when you have the background that you and a lot of people in your chat do about following all of this stuff. It's impossible to filter that out. So in one respect, it's kind of good that you have people that know about trials and whatnot, but don't know much about the case, which is Andrea and
Right.
lawyer Lee, um, versus, even somebody like Bob and Allie, who are knowledgeable about trials and whatnot, but
Right.
have been following it a long time. Um, you know, Bias, it's hardwired into us. It's hardwired into us for a reason. It's how we filter information. If we didn't have bias, which is simply prioritizing information, that's all
Right.
bias is. But sometimes it's bad bias, that we don't like somebody because of their color or the language they speak or their name. But that's what bias does. It filters out all the noise and it prioritizes things for us, sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a bad way.
Mm.
But we all have it.
Yeah.
And all you can do is be aware of it and try and neutralize it out. But on the stuff you're talking about with, yeah, I really don't know what to make sense of it other than, on the
Yeah.
one hand, the experts talking about, hey, this happened, this didn't happen. Um, we know that, there's these phones don't lie. And then
Well, the
on
phones do
cross,
lie.
it's like, wait a minute, no more steps. What's that all about? Well, so that could be that was the final step, or it could be it doesn't show steps in a car, right? No, it doesn't. But um, I'd say we're not getting juror questions like, how do you explain uh, this clothing? We're not. I haven't seen. I may have missed it. People in chat can pop in, but I haven't seen questions from the jury. Hard questions like they've been asking about why are you so quick to say they didn't leave and come back? But I don't see that as plausible. I think um, Baldwin didn't even say that in his opening, but he's hinting around. They ask a couple of questions, but they didn't state that in a theory, I think, very, very wisely. I
You
think
know,
they ask questions like, well, could that be that they were in a car? I don't think they didn't say that in opening, that they think they were taken somewhere and
that
then,
it was a possibility because I think it's more about the fact that they're creating doubt of about a phone turning on at 4:33, and that somebody would have
now,
had to touch
that
it.
they're going to jump all over. And I think
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
expert's going to say, um, yeah, that
So,
we know from the we know from the data that a human hand turned that phone on at 4:30,
Yeah.
and we know
And
it from this, and
yeah.
we'll have to see on that.
Yeah.
And I guess, if it was
And
if it
but
was a raccoon or a coyote, they keep
right.
hanging around
Well,
about also.
or a good one, Travis, what somebody brought up yesterday, which I didn't even think of myself. So, I mean, I have an iPhone myself. So like I was saying on a couple lives, I know when my husband's in a location, he could be in the same location, and sometimes he can answer his phone because it will ring, and other times it won't. We've had people down at that crime scene where they couldn't even stream because it was such bad reception as well. But what someone brought up yesterday was the fact what my phone does is that maybe it was doing an update, because the one person who was testifying there said that they couldn't say whether the phone was off or on. But perhaps, because usually when I get updates, it's like at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning when an update happens to my phone. So it's plausible, like, and I know we're going to hear the different testimony from the different experts, and it's going to be one of those things, kind of like everything. This person with the ballistics going to say this one's going to say this they're going to talk about the phone like this and say no, it would have to have been like this, so those are those things to me that if you can't say if the cell phone was off or on, it is plausible that very much an update happened at that time, and hence why it kicked in, but at the end of the day, Travis, like I said, we're not experts in the phone industry of IT and how that stuff all works, and that's going to be, I guess, the experience of this whole trial is just going through all the different things from what the defense is going to bring up to what the prosecutors are going to bring up, and just wait and see what comes forth with the evidence, and I know, like yourself and like myself and others, people that have the willingness, that you always just listen to what's being brought forth, and then kind of like determining for yourself. Doesn't matter, like, meaning the jury will decide at the end of this, but taking it with a grain of salt, and then as the evidence comes out, then we can really kind of make better, like have more reasonable maybe speculation on things once some of that stuff really comes out about the confessions, about the phones, about it turning off. Because, like, to me, that whole someone holding it at 4:30, I get that, right? Again, that maybe someone in the freaking IT phone world is going to say, yep, that this only could have happened, that somebody must have touched it. And then you're going to have the other side saying, no, there's this reason and this reason why it could have. So it'll be very interesting to keep watching how it all plays out. And it's because we've been following the case for so long, and there's a lot of things that we did know and a lot of things that we didn't know. And some of the stuff that we thought we knew, because that's how it was put out to the public, has
Yeah.
now becoming
Yeah.
a little more
hmm
clear,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, at first I thought, well, it's got to be a galaxy because he said hands and biometrics.
Mhm.
Baldwin did in the opening, and I used to have Galaxy um, up until December before last. My wife made me change to Apple, and I've been cursing her ever since. My favorite was BlackBerry, and then had to, they didn't support those anymore. But I had a BlackBerry phone; they were the best for texting, and then Galaxy, and those have a fingerprint reader on the back. That's how you
Yeah.
turn them on. But seemed pretty clear she had an Apple phone, and
Yeah.
it seemed to. Did that have face recognition on it?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure about the face. I just know that we heard that Libby had it so that Abby's fingerprint recognition could, unlock the password or whatever, so that she
I
could
think
use.
they did have fingerprint on early iPhones. I've got what are they up to now? 16. I have the 15.
Yeah, I have the 8. And I think
If
they
you
have
had a
the
BlackBerry, I'd trade you.
yeah. I think it's was it 5 or 6 guys that that phone was? I think it was 6. I want to say it was 6, an iPhone 6. That
Uh,
was what it was. What Travis? What do you think about that though? So when the defense put that out, they said actually that the what they had said in that long 135-page, work of art there, they had said that the phone and shoe was underneath of Libby's, basically her back. And so I always remembered that, because I was like, why would the phone be underneath of Abby's back, and say Libby's shoe? I was always kind of like wondering about that. But anyways, so it comes to fruition that the phone was actually underneath of Abby's shoe. What do you make about that? Like what do you think about that in a sense? Because in my head I'm trying to scramble going, okay, so how did the phone get underneath her shoe? And obviously to me, if the killer would have taken the phone, if they would have seen the phone, um that one kind of makes my head scramble a little bit, because it's like, how did it get underneath the shoe? You know? So, which in a sense you're going, okay, did somebody place it there? But why would somebody that committed a crime leave a phone at the crime scene? That would definitely not make sense. You would, because yeah.
okay,
What do
so
you think
help
about
me.
that?
So if you're standing, they're side by side. One's completely naked, one's partially clothed, and the one that's naked's clothing.
Right.
So if you're looking at their feet, they're both in the same position, right? They're both laying
Right.
down. So who's on the left and
Mhm.
who's on the right?
Libby, I mean, in the pictures, it would be Libby on the left and Abby on the right.
Okay, Libby and Abby.
If,
And then
if you're
who's completely naked?
Libby,
And she's on the left.
correct. If you're
Uh,
looking from the heads down, like if you're looking at the photograph from the head down to the toes, Libby's on the left and Abby's on the right.
Okay. And who owns the phone? Whose phone is it?
Libby's.
But Abby used it all the time, right?
Yeah.
Because she didn't have one.
Apparently she didn't have one. She had a pad, but yeah. So Libby let her, use the
Yeah, that's
finger.
pretty typical, of course.
You know.
Okay, so
So Libby could have, or Abby could have. Well, I don't know, because I'm confused
where
about
was the phone under whose shoe?
underneath of Abby's shoe.
I mean, who knows? She could have been concealing that phone. I know that they said it looked like she was trying to hide the fact from Bridge Guy that she was videoing
Fine.
him. Um, and so maybe she was just hoping there'd be an opportunity to call 911 or something, and she was hiding it, and instead of putting it into a pocket,
Yeah.
slipped
Right.
it, you know. Um, I mean, the more you try and wonder to me about, okay, well, they would have had to have left. Well, that doesn't make sense. I'm not buying that. They had to have left because people didn't see them. Um, yeah, it's not the most densest forest. The testimony today was it was um, uh, older patch of woods, which are less dense. Newer have more undergrowth. Um, and so it wasn't super dense. People would be able to see it, but It's just, I don't think jurors in Indiana, even in a more urban area, are going to buy that. Yeah, if they were there at that time, they had to have been seen by somebody.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe not.
well, well, let me ask you though, because I want to ask you this because there's three confessions in a sense. You got 1:30 to 3:30 when he calls in to tip in himself that say that he was there. He meets up with Doolin and he says, "No, I was there from 1:30 to 3." So he gives somebody else so he calls in. Then he says to Doolin, "Say 1:30 to 3." Now the defense obviously is saying no. He left by 2:15. So what do you make of that? Like when I say what do you make of that? Uh, the fact that Richard Allen twice is saying that he was there between the times of the girls' murders, and the defense now is coming out with no. All of a sudden it changed to 2:15, and I know that the
Because these four witnesses, three of them for sure, maybe they can argue, did not see him, so he's mistaken about the time, and
but
that if that is his car in the video, and they didn't even bother to check how many Ford Fusions there are in that county, um, that's when he's leaving. That's not when he's arriving. Um,
but he said that he saw the three girls. The three girls did not know his name was Richard Allen. They just knew him as okay, like that's the guy in the video that we
he
saw.
saw three girls, but not Libby and Abby, right?
No, he didn't see Libby and Abby, but obviously meaning the fact that on
Yeah,
his way,
they're going to argue that he was there earlier, and that's why nobody that saw Libby and Abby also saw Richard Allen. That's what they're going to argue. That's the only explanation
yeah, I
is
mean,
that is that he was there earlier, and um, that is
mhm.
why that's why he's saying three girls, um, didn't see the two of them. That's why these people that saw a bridge guy are describing somebody completely different, and they don't
Well,
describe they.
it's the first three though, for the most part, are more about the clothing. Most of them are saying blue. One's saying light blue, another saying dark blue, another saying black, but the gist of it's all
Oh,
the same.
you're gonna pull a Liggett, huh? You're gonna fall for that trap, and
Well, no,
and he went up in flames with that. Uh, Bushy
well,
hair, hat, and remember, jurors asked, "Could you have been confused about bushy hair with a hat?" It's a big deal to the jurors,
mm,
and so you're in there going, yeah, I found she's credible. And okay, so you got a 40-ish, then you've got a man boy that's
mhm.
muscular, then you've got I mean, they're, um, well, they're,
But
all over but nobody, not anybody says, yeah, looks like that guy's sitting right there.
but that's just it. But they did say that, yeah, like when they were showing the video of the bridge guy, they're like, yeah, that's the person we saw. So meaning they are saying like even though they might have got their descriptions wrong and messed up because we know that when if you're walking by somebody someone might see, oh, they got a hat on or this or that. And I know I get what you're saying there, Travis, but if he literally basically says I saw three girls and three girls are saying and we saw him and it was at the timing. I mean, obviously the car's gonna come into play for
Yeah,
timing.
I don't think it's going to matter. It's important to the jury. They're not getting answers. Jury knows their sketches, but they're not being allowed to see them.
Yeah, do
You
you
know,
find that that's kind of like, would you have expected Frankel to have let those in or no? The sketches.
maybe initially not, but they've opened the door multiple times.
Right. Good night, Coach. Good
And
night, Mel.
what's that?
Sorry, just saying good night to Mel. She's leaving. Cold truth.
Oh, good night. So, I mean, they've opened the door about, but the state just doesn't want, and it's kind of too late now. They'd have to recall those people, and because
Yeah.
the key question would have been, did this person right here, you said before, yeah, the sketch, the way it came out, is really close to the person that you saw,
Right.
and he doesn't look like Richard Allen. Now, it's not unusual, you get 5 composites from 5 different people,
Right.
to have 1 or 2 outliers, but like 1 or 2 that show African American, let's say, and the other 3 show Caucasian, there's something going on, but it's yeah, it's out again. All it matters is what the jury thinks, and for me, the questions they've clued in on, um, they're asking, could you have confused a hat for bushy hair? And now, what do you make of, you know, the one thing that was consistent was description yesterday of the lady who drove by 35 miles an hour
Oh,
within
yeah.
5 feet of Richard
3
Allen.
3 feet. 3 feet.
Huh? Yeah.
3 feet.
One reported it 3. I think Bob said 5. I'd heard. Uh,
I seen 3 everywhere myself,
Yeah,
but
yeah, three is what I saw, and I'm
yeah.
thinking, boy, man, it would be really good to have a yardstick, about that time, and her getting really upset on cross about being questioned about exactly what she saw. What'd you make of all of that?
You talking about Sarah Carbaugh?
It's got to be her. You know me and names.
Yeah, that Sarah Carbaugh is the one that said muddy and bloody and stuff like that. And then in her first 2 interviews, she never even mentioned the word bloody, apparently. And then 16 times. Kind of, like I said with Charmaine yesterday, it kind of feels like when somebody's being coached a bit, like you say money, 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 money. And all of a sudden, what? Then all of a sudden, in the 3rd interview, you say 16 times bloody, bloody, you know.
Yeah,
So it's almost like when they're trying to poke someone, being like, so was it blood? Because like da 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 da. Because you know, you would have said that in the first interview, muddy and bloody,
yeah,
right? And then she
right.
had the jacket wrong. She said tan. Well, maybe she could have said that. She said because of all the mud on him. And honestly, okay. If
So
someone said,
was there a Crime Stoppers reward offered, and then she came forward, or
I'm not sure about that, to be honest with you. But the thing that's strange about her, to me, the testimony there, is that the time that she's saying that she saw Muddy and Bloody is at 3:56. By then, Derek German, the family members, they're already at the trails trying to find the girls. And so you're telling me that the bridge guy is going to walk down a street versus hiding throughout the bushes to get back to his vehicle? That does sound very strange and absurd because, like I said, if the family and all that, right, is like, not, the police haven't been called yet, but all the family members, are showing up because they're trying to find the girls. and some guy's just going to walk down the 300 road all muddy and bloody. You would think even then, if they had like a jacket on, that they would take it off and kind of wrap it over their arm so it's concealed, unless of course there's oodles of blood all over the shirt, I guess.
Yeah.
But
So
that
here's
part to
here's
me,
yeah, here's my big question for you. So did the state call her, and they'll frequently do this because they know if they don't call her, the defense is going to call her and maybe get more mileage out of her. So we better just
mhm.
call her to be complete. Or did they call her because they really needed something like the time she said she saw him? And that fits lock and key in with the state's theory, because
Well,
they knew there was going to be bad with the good.
mhm. Um,
I mean, she just said bizarre stuff on cross, like, um, if you let me get down and show, and then I think, um, um, if you let me get down, I'll show the jury exactly what I'm talking about. I've just come in here to tell my story. I'm not
yeah.
here to answer your questions. And then Gull finally said, "Ma'am, please don't do that." And then she shut up. And but you
Oh,
know, I I don't think, I didn't see anybody comment that they thought that anybody was going to believe a word she said, good or bad, for either side. So I'm wondering.
I'm
Uh,
going to deem her testimony as like honestly useless. To be honest with you, I don't
so it
think
was
there's
just
any
to be complete. Didn't want to
credible.
be accused of leaving something out. Boy, there's you know better than me, but there's a significant number of people in the community who've been really banking on her account
Testimony.
of things for their
Mhm.
theory. And you keep
Yeah.
seeing, i didn't
Well,
i didn't put it together until I kept seeing people say muddy and bloody, muddy and bloody, muddy and bloody. It was obviously her. And
mm,
I don't care
but
which side you're on.
it's
That's not somebody you want to be.
yeah, because Travis, only in during this testimony, during what was came out, did we know? Because in the PCA, we just simply see that basically saying she saw muddy and bloody, blue jacket in the PCA. So knowing now that what we know now, which was like I said, this is when you read that and then you actually hear that she didn't see muddy and bloody in her first and second interview, that the bloody didn't even come out till her third interview. And when you hear it like that, right, then you're like, well, hold on a second. Tan jacket to blue jacket, muddy and bloody from just muddy. But so we would have all believed that, thinking that she would have said muddy and bloody right away, right?
Yeah,
You saw
yeah,
someone muddy and bloody, you're going to know that. Okay, so obviously on jeans, the usually typically blood will turn into like a dark red brown stain on jeans once it's soaked in a sense. But
yeah,
to
yeah,
not use bloody in those first interviews is crucial. The timing to me is crucial because she's heading east at this point while he's heading supposedly to his vehicle. And again, yet family members are right there. And no, it doesn't make logical sense that Ninja could have not left any DNA and all that stuff and blah, 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 blah. And yet he's going to walk out on road 300 to me. Like, so I'm going to deem her testimony as, like I said, uh, useless and just inconsistent, and it's not reliable testimony. So for me, I feel like she's a wash, to be honest with you. Unless there's something that comes along that says anything different, I feel like she was the least credible probably witness, that almost became a mockery of what was actually what we thought to what we actually now know. So that's how I feel about her testimony personally. That I
Well,
wouldn't. I heard it, and
I'm
I was
glad I
there.
asked. I wasn't
No.
aware that Muddy and Bloody was in the PCA.
Yes. Muddy. That's how they didn't. It wasn't said. So they it's like they took information from the different interviews and kind of combined it to all of a sudden. Okay, so now it's a blue jacket. Now it's Muddy and Bloody together. So you are led to believe by those words that that would have been said. It's only coming during this trial that we find out that Bloody was never said up until the third interview. That makes a difference. So if I was on the juror and I heard her testimony, I would not even consider it really at all because none of it makes sense and it's very inconsistent. And when somebody is that inconsistent from their jacket to the Muddy and Bloody and stuff like that, I would myself, if I heard that, I would probably omit that as not credible for her testimony, at least anyway. Yeah.
So is it just me? But I always, from the moment
Oh, there's
I
Ivy.
saw the video, I thought it was tan, not really tan. It was the brown Carhartt jacket that everybody wears in the Midwest. Is it not tan or brown?
Well, I worked at a place, Mark's Work Warehouse, that sold Carhartt, and so it's honestly it's one of those things you can deem it as tan or brown, because it's more like a mustardy brown in a sense.
Right. Yeah,
The color of Carhartt's.
it's signature Carhartt.
It's signature Carhartt, yeah.
Very unique color, but not blue.
But what's getting me on this one is that this only because of the video. In the video, when the BG is walking, there's definitely a flash coming from what people are deeming as some people are deeming as a hoodie. I personally deem it as a kill kit, or a satchel type of thing on the BG. Okay. Now, oh my God, Travis, what was I saying? Lost my train of thought. Literally just went.
That people seeing Bridge Guy in the video, the still photo,
Okay.
hoodie, hat, no hat.
Right. Yeah. But what I was thank you. So what I was going to say was, so we clearly see a flash coming off of like whether it's a knife, whether it's a gun, whatever it is, or whether it's someone's going to deem it as a watch. We clearly see a flash on there. What I'm confused about is on this arm here, a flash from the sun, which lights up when metal hits it, right? Because Carhartt basically has their logo. Okay. It's a little round circle. Typically it could be down the arm, but never have I recalled ever seeing a Carhartt that we sold that had a piece of metal on the arm. Because Carhartt doesn't have a signature, like a piece of metal emblem, but yet if anyone watches that video, you can catch the sun catching that metal that's on the arm. And you can see, so just meaning, I'm just saying, pointing out that there's two kind of light sources that go off from hitting metal, and anything that has some sort of metal texture to it. One's from the hip on the say left-hand side looking at the video, and the other is from the side of this arm here that goes off. And always in my head, I'm like, okay, but Carhartt canvas jacket, they don't have metal for a tagging an emblem that's in metal. So what is it that lit up off his arm that was metal off of that jacket? So I almost don't believe that the jacket that they have in his house is the jacket of, even if it is Richard Allen, I don't believe it is the same jacket that he's still housed in his house versus what was on there. Because unless someone can explain to me why that flashing happened off of his arm, if you guys go back and watch the video, if I played it, you can see the flash happen off that side of that arm. So that tells me that I don't know that it was actually that jacket. It could have been a totally different jacket and not a Carhartt jacket.
Right. But you had that detective here in there today, and he's like, yeah, I searched and, I found a cartridge here and I found a cartridge there in his house, and then found his gun and, same caliber cartridge out at the scene. And then I found clothes that look like bridge guy, and kind of opens a. But who described him? You mentioned a minute ago blue. Who described him in a blue jacket?
Because that's what he was. That's what the BG is in. This is a blue jacket.
Oh, I thought no. I to me it looked tan. It's not tan.
No, no. Here, I'll pull it up. 1 second.
That's a neat thing you put together there, the 4 sketches. And
Well, I mean, I actually got it from I think Laura Lee. She put it up there, but I put on the bridge guy. So personally for me, if I would, so I do think that if they ever had combined these 2 sketches, they would have had very much of a more of a similarity to Richard Allen. If I was to deem any of this, besides the fact these sketches being a complete joke, right? Meaning you're going to put out this 45-year-old guy, and then you're going to come back at us like 45, 50-year-old guy, and then you're going to come back at us with some 20 freaking to 25-year-old sketch of someone, and you're going to give them this hairdo. You're not going to give them any sort of complexion or anything. And like literally, that you're going to throw everyone for a loop. They even said, Carter even said that, yes, basically ignore the first one. And then he ended up saying during that interview, saying that, and then he was like, well, if you put the 2 together. So if I had to personally pick which one I thought looked like Richard Allen, I would say number 3, to be honest with you, because to me, that's more of a depiction of the upturned nose that where it droops
yeah,
and then
to me, it's number 1 by a
yeah,
younger
yeah,
by a younger person describing him,
right.
and so they aged him.
Mm-hmm.
How old was the man?
44.
And um, they said, oh, he was older, like 50s, 60s, like my grandpa. And so they
Yeah.
drew that guy. And so I think if you unaged him 10 years and made his face a bit thinner, that's going to be closest to the photo on the far right, to me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to say, if 1 second here, sorry, delete. Um, so number 1 has a Richard Allen's more features that we were seeing here. So this is a picture from 2016. So when the defense, however, was trying to play him off like, hey, he's just some fat dude, basically. Sorry, he was not. There's multiple pictures of Richard Allen and him and his wife hiking. He was in pretty good condition during that time before the murders. It was after it that he more became the bigger look and aged and stuff like that. But this was Richard Allen in 2016, and he was in pretty good physical shape, to be honest with you. So that whole depiction that he's kind of more like some bigger, sloppier guy that you would never deem as muscular, not true, to be honest. Because if you actually see the full picture of this, you can see that this is before the murders and that his body was in pretty decent shape, to be honest with you. But to me, this is kind of like number 1 has this area. Number 2 has a little bit of this area. But the one that captures probably the eyes the most to me, see, number 1, it doesn't capture the eyes, the nose. And that hat can go fuck off, to be honest with you, on number 1. Hate that hat. Every time I look at it. but so because they said that he was covered as well, right? Like one of them said that his face was covered, and that and don't forget that they did find a bandana. It does make you wonder if that bandana was something that was concealing, but because it was in the water, maybe there was no evidence to be found. I don't know. We don't see a picture where the girls had a bandana, but we don't know who that bandana is from, but it does make you wonder if it's from the BG for sure. But anyway, so it's kind of like little pieces of each one could kind of make up it. But I feel like the eyes are the best in number 3. And the nose droops down. So I think that 2 captured probably the nose the best, but And
I think number 4 is by someone who
number
reads a
4,
lot of MAGA.
number
Yeah,
4, I don't even, it
that's a
looks like a
MAGA
freaking,
character. They read a bunch of MAGA.
yeah, number 4, I just don't get. I don't know who the heck, like, I don't know where the heck that one came from. Um, so
But
unless
I
that's like the
don't you
second
think
person that was
some of
there,
these jurors saw these 4 things compared either in a documentary or newspaper, but they said that they hadn't formed an opinion, so they got past that hurdle. Because remember the
just a
question, do you
moment.
think you could have mistaken a hat for bushy hair? To me, it's like they've seen one or more of those composites.
Why, why can't I find the stupid ISP website all of a sudden? Seriously.
Where's that photo of Bridge Guy you're going to show me in the
Yeah,
blue
no, I was
Carhartt?
just about to pull up. Normally I go to the ISP website, and for some reason, it's eluding me at this second. So I'll
Oh,
pull up it.
you're on their list.
Yeah,
You're on
yeah,
their
but
no fly list.
normally I just type in, ISP Delphi murders. Well, maybe let me just do that because I like to use the actual video from it. But let me just type in that quickly: ISP Delphi murders, and then normally it would come up, but all of a sudden, oh, there we are, finally. Okay, I'm like going, am I a Fruit Loop right now, because it's not coming up. So let me bring that up. And okay, so
Yeah, my memory, I just can't. Oh yeah, son of a bitch, that's bluer than hell.
yeah.
Why did I think that? When I hear Carhartt, I just picture. It's like
Right, the
when
10.
I hear Barber jacket.
Yeah,
Um, that's green
yeah,
wax cotton, or Filson has a brown. Um,
yeah.
and I just
Carhartt,
automatically assumed it was Carhartt brown, but son of a
for me,
bitch, that's bluer and blue.
yeah, honestly, for me, when we sold Carhartt, it was either the tan brown or black. And typically the mustardy color being the most sold product out of it all. Blue,
So is that actually
rare.
black?
No, it's blue.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah. Um, and so, but anyway, so let me go down to the video part. Now I really have to go to the washroom, and I need to go ask my husband because it's my Friday, but he still has to work tomorrow in the morning. But let me put up the video. Come on, full screen. Okay, so I'm just gonna play this. Can you see?
Oh yeah, I can see. Go
Now,
ahead.
okay, let me go back to it for a second. Let me go to the bathroom for a second
Yeah.
because I really got to go. So I'll be right back. Let me just hit uh him. Yeah, is it just, I think it's just looping. Just give me a sec, Travis. You guys can discuss amongst yourselves there.
Well, chat, I can't see the chat. So sorry, I can't comment about what you all are talking about. But yeah, now that I see it, never looked brown or tan to me. It was his hat, brown or tan, and I just, one of those things when someone says Carhartt jacket, it's like saying Levi's or blue jeans. You kind of fill in a color. Um, and so I guess the lady that was able to see the blood at 35 miles an hour, and because she was 3 feet from him, she had him in a tan jacket. Well, ain't no way that happened. There was some talk um, here and there today about. Um, I know that Liggett says absolutely Bridge Guy is the killer. There's just, when you see the whole 45-second video and blah, 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 I wonder, is there a chance this guy is not the killer, or is that just as far-fetched as the most far-fetched things are? And why why is there no height analysis? Because they know, height analysis is got its pros and cons. Just like there's a bit of subjective element to it, but so there's looks like railroad timbers in the back, and if that's the case, they know the exact width and height of those timbers, and so you need something with a known height to do height analysis. Frequently, it's like when someone leaves an armed robbery in a convenience store, there's those tapes on the side of the door. Of course, it's imperial in the U.S. It's feet and inches. Goes 5 foot 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 12, 6. But you need a scale of some sort. So those timbers to his right, our left in the photo, could be used to scale. But it's so difficult. Isn't that wild to say that guy looks taller, way taller to me than 5'4", but
Well,
there's
I
no
was going to say,
scale.
so my husband says I have 10 more minutes because
I have about 5 more minutes.
okay. So just to quickly go over this, is so at some point, some students did a thing and they said that the BG's height was 5'10.5, okay, of the bridge guy. Now, whatever that, I guess, supposedly. But anyways, because that was the thing that they were using the ties off of the thing and and then there was a calculation. That was a bunch of old paperwork that I had. I actually deleted all my Delphi files not too long ago. I was just like, okay, it's just time to let it play out now, how it plays out. Now, anyways, in this video here, and if I'll make it bigger like this. So for me, this is not no tan hoodie underneath of the BG. That is definitely, to me, clearly some sort of pack, kill kit, whatever you want to call it. It's definitely doesn't come off at all like it's a hoodie, like some people are saying. Because if there's one thing I always noticed was that right here is a windbreaker type of jacket. That's what one of the witnesses actually said, which I didn't realize up until I seen it again recently, because windbreaker jackets have that look in the front where it's droopy and stuff like that, and the texture of it. But anyways, can you keep seeing? Watch right here. Right, look at this flash coming off the jacket. There's a piece of metal right there on the jacket of this whatever jacket it is, and I'm not convinced that that's a Carhartt jacket, to be honest with you, and especially because of the flashing. And Carhartt will typically have a logo right about here,
Yep.
or
Yep.
down,
Yep.
but Carhartt always has like a round logo. But
Yep.
you see that light that keeps coming off the side of his arm, and you can
Yep.
see it, right? So Carhartt doesn't have that on their jackets that I've ever seen. So I personally don't believe that the jacket that they have with them is the jacket of what, say, Bridge Guy was wearing. I'm not even convinced that it's a Carhartt jacket, especially because Carhartt doesn't have flashing on the side of their arm. They will have a logo right here that's round, that gives the symbol or something like that, or says Carhartt. But the one, like I said, witness did say that basically this BG was layered up. The person that they saw on their way, of those 3 girls, had like a windbreaker underneath of his jacket. At no point did anyone besides Sarah Carbonell say a tan jacket. And I think it's kind of absurd that you can mix up a tan jacket myself with a blue jacket.
Yeah.
Like meaning if you're 3 feet from the dude, and I can I can understand that mud turns into the brown color. So, I could make sense of that. But I can't really make sense of someone walking down the road 300 in that condition that just killed 2 girls and just decided to walk down the road. Like maybe, maybe he was just like, well, I did what I wanted to do. Fuck my life. I don't fucking care. Maybe my marriage sucks. Maybe this sucks. Maybe I just don't give 2 shits. And then due to the bullshit of the case, when somebody just slips through the cracks at every angle, that would be to the extreme side of thinking. But so yes, but
What
anyway,
do you think a jury's going to think about that person's height?
that's
You
not
think
a
they're going to
shame.
say you can't tell, or that dude's way taller than 5'4",
Yeah.
or what do you think?
So, well, first of all, Patricia, I absolutely disagree that that's a sheen off of a jacket. No, okay. He's in the shaded part of it, and all of a sudden, this you can tell when it shines on it that it's got like a circle or a square to that. You can see it the minute, like I said, go to the video yourself. But in saying that, what about the 5'4", 5'6" you said?
Yeah, what do you think jurors are going to, when they look at this, are they going to go, oh, you can't tell how tall that dude is? Or are they going to say, oh, yeah, that's a short dude? Or are they going to say,
I know.
I look at it and I go, yeah, that looks like he's about 5'10".
Mm-hmm. Um, honestly, when it comes to certain things like age and stuff like that, or height, so to see it in a video only, I probably would have placed this BG probably more in that 5'8" to 5'10" area.
Yeah,
Just by my own, but that
yeah,
could have been totally off. Like, because so when they said 5'10", as the BG was, I mean, remember they had that on the ISP, right? On the ISP, the thing that we're on right now, the website, they had 5'10" and all that. They had reddish brown hair. They had a bunch of different shit, right? And then they took that all down, right? Once they arrested Richard Allen, that shit came all down
yeah.
and you never saw it anymore. So what happened to the reddish brown hair? What happened to the, yeah, like everything pretty much. Like the person, I think it was around, they started off at like what was it, 150, 160 to 180. Then it became 210, something like that. It's been just a total joke. Okay, just an absolute freaking joke. So the only thing that's ever going to glue this case together to me is if in this trial we see those dots connected, and then but the cherry being the confessions of something that the
Yeah.
killer would have known, and
If
that's how I.
you have 4 minutes left to
Yeah,
fulfill your promise to your husband, I'm gonna sign off and
yeah,
listen to you conclude and say goodbye to everybody in chat because I can't see them in here.
no
But
problem.
I'm
And I
gonna
know it's
go back
yeah.
in there and thank everybody and
Okay.
say goodbye. But thank you for having me on and answering my questions. And
No, thanks, Travis. Appreciate it.
it was great talking with you again, Sonny. And yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
we'll see
see
what
what
the trial
happens.
brings. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
Anyways,
We'll
appreciate.
we'll see you soon, and I'll keep
Yeah,
my fingers crossed for Aspen that things end up working out. I understand everything you said
yeah.
earlier,
I'm
and
not. Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, at the end of the day, I always wish my friend well, even if I'm upset
yeah.
because
I know
it's
you
an
do,
important case.
and
You know.
I'm just hoping for the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay. All right.
Anyways,
Good
Travis,
seeing
thanks so much.
you. I'll
Maybe.
see you in chat. You take care.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Um. Yeah. I mean. You know. Thank you guys all for first of all watching. There's 114 on Twitter. Hey Twitter, and 54 in the channel at the moment and stuff like that. Um, you know, again, this the BG and everything like that. It's one of those things that I'm not. The only thing I'm worried about is if the BG is that if Richard Allen is the BG, but but there's not enough to convict because of all the inconsistencies. But I want to listen to all the information that comes out, um, in a sense, and just see how it all truly plays out. Will something more change my mind? Is there inconsistencies? Is there a lot of disaster to this case that has happened due to the LE who wants to pat themselves on the back for doing this amazing job, it seems, and they don't want all those inconsistencies to come out. But my thing is this. If Richard Allen is the BG and he confessed to being there, and they can tie his car to him being there, and the bullet expert says that, yeah, like the bullet probably is the least of my worries for me, to be honest with you, because I think that the jury is going to listen to it and they're going to either take it or leave it when it comes to that. And I think the most important thing of this whole case will rely on the confessions and how important those turn out to be. And if they aren't, and if they are built up to be more than what they are, then Richard Allen to me will be found not guilty, because there's just too much. I mean, could be wrong, right? But to sit there with so many mess ups and so many inconsistencies from the witnesses and stuff like that. So they're going to truly have to place that car as Richard Allen's in that video time, and go along with the fact of Richard Allen saying he was there during the time of the murders. As for, the girl's testimony, I think to anybody, especially Sarah Carbonaz, it's kind of like, like you guys would never vote somebody guilty based on those witness accounts, would you? I don't think so, you know? So it's really going to be about him admitting to being there. And I think it's just going to be all in the confession. I feel like the confessions, if they have that, if they hold the weight that McClellan says that they do, then that's going to be the downfall of it. But we'll wait and see, you know? It's going to come down to the confessions. Yeah, he is fucked if he says anything of the confessions that we hear that we would have had no knowledge of whatsoever, that didn't make it out to the public, or that those confessions happened before, because those confessions, those were well before the photo leaks of the ones that came out, right? Those photo leaks only kind of happened within this last year type of thing. So the confessions, it will be just, you guys, I know you guys like myself are just really waiting to see what's in those confessions and if it holds any weight or not. Yeah. Well, no, that's, I don't agree with that though, criminal. In 2024, I get it. I get the stance on that. Obviously, it would be wonderful. It would seal the deal. Like they would literally have given, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Come on, my brain's getting tired. Plea deal. They, if there was DNA to this case that could attach Richard Allen in any way, I'm sure that a plea deal would have happened if that was the case. But because there's no DNA, that doesn't take away from how still strong a case can be, especially if there's confessions to it. You know, someone can claim Looney Tunes all they want after the fact, of these 61, but it will be curious to play it out. But, but obviously DNA would seal the deal, for sure. Obviously, items found at Richard Allen's house would have sealed his fate as well, if that was the case. But that's not happened. 5.5 years of fuck up after fuck up after fuck up has led to no DNA. And the way that they handled the crime scene, like I said, they can float their own boat all they want, but I mean, for the guy to say that he wouldn't have taken any more pictures of the bullet and stuff like that, or to sit there and say like the sticks weren't important and that they didn't have blood, but they're literally on the necks of these two beautiful girls, Abby and Libby, who had their lives taken way before their time and stuff like that. So it's one of those things, like I said, it's going to be about him being on the bridge, confessing to being there, saying that he wore a black jacket and blue pants, and, I'm sure that weight of that it's all over is going to play, like all those parts are going to play into it, right? Because the prosecution needs to prove it and the defense just needs to try to take away and give other options for these things. So the weight of it's going to be about his confessions, tying into the him being there, his vehicle and stuff like that. Anyways, Sarah's testimony was amazing. What? Yeah, amazing shit. Is that you being sarcastic? That was amazing shit. Like I said, if I was a jury member myself, I would never consider her testimony. Like I would listen to the testimony, but I wouldn't deem her as credible whatsoever if I was on the juror. Because you just like I said, when someone's that inconsistent and it's like they misled us. Like it's like being misled in that PCA. They combine the interviews, and basically put the muddy and the bloody together to make it seem like that's what was said at the start. Are you saying that Sarah Count Vaughn? Are you saying that Sarah Carbaz, her testimony was amazing? How could somebody's testimony be amazing that said that he had a tan jacket, then went to a blue jacket that said muddy, 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 and then never even said bloody till the third interview? How could that be so amazing? What is amazing about that? Like, I don't know. Rick never confessed when he was first interrogated at the Holman. 5 months later, he did. He didn't. Right, it was about 6 months later. But I mean, again, it's again, it's going to be about those little small pockets of information as well about him saying that it's over. But like I said, none of this stuff is on recordings. None of it. Right? That would hold so much more weight if his phone call of his tip saying that he was there from this time to this, that would hold weight. But when you got 5 years, if you did do it and you got 5 years to clean off any blood, clean up that gun, clean up your vehicle, and all that, you got 5.5 years to make sure that any of that DNA is totally gone. If there is, I don't think, I personally, I don't know. I'm not buying that the jacket that was taken is the jacket that was used in the crime. I'm not buying that. Mud on a blue jacket would definitely not look tan. I don't know. Yes, have you ever seen dry mud? Like, is there anyone here that on a dark jacket would ever claim that blood would look like it was tan? No offense, Count, but that freaking is like so off the wall to me. Like, it doesn't even make sense, knowing full well I've seen blood on jeans, blood on jackets and stuff, and there's no way in heck would anyone else ever think that blood would turn tan in color, or would dirt turn tan? Would the defense just argue that they had already shared their client of evidence being, so he would exactly know the details? No, because no. That would make the most sense to me, Ivy. But then it was the fact that was I went from tan to blue. But it would make sense to me if he did have some sort of tan jacket underneath there and carried his thing. But I don't deem that thing underneath of his jacket there as a hoodie that he had on. He clearly has like a windbreaker style here, but we don't know how much he's layered up, to be honest with you. Was it a lighter Carhartt jacket? Hey, don't give me attitude. Yes, I did. I said mud jacket, not the blood on the jeans. If there's mud. So as I stated before, if this is what you're referring to, Count. So I said, if there was a bunch of mud on the jacket, could that look like a tan jacket if there was a bunch? Then yes. Yes, I could see where someone could make that mistake if there is a bunch of mud on the jacket. Could somebody have had that oversight? Yeah. But I can't see someone killing 2 girls unless he literally just didn't give a fuck. And then he just got away with it just because of all the fuck ups from LA. So maybe he committed his ultimate fantasy. Maybe he couldn't even stand being with his wife anymore. Who knows? We don't know. But at the end of the day, maybe he just didn't give a fuck and started walking down the road and basically was never caught. And it was just like, well, he's not, it's like, well, I'm not going to really say much more now. But she was adamant in the court that it was mostly blood. Right. So how could she be adamant it was mostly blood if the first 2 interviews said mud, right? Yeah. I know you're not trying to post a link. Mud on a blue jacket would look tan. Yes, I agree that it could look tan if there's enough mud on a jacket, right? Because obviously we know what mud looks like on a jacket and will dry like a tan color. But it's one of those things. Anyways, I'm good for tonight, you guys. If you guys want to join us back tomorrow night, and then Ivy, are you going to join tomorrow night? Alexa will be on, and Charmaine should be on for a bit as well. Aspen, MIA, no idea about what he's doing. Let me see. Oh, my husband's saying baby 4 minutes ago. Shit, gotta go. But Ivy, are you gonna join us tomorrow night? Eyewitnesses are crap. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So come join us. Profiler. Alexa will be with us. Criminal profiler. Charmaine. You guys know Charmaine. Me and Charmaine are both Canadians over here. Ivy over there. American. Alexa American. Aspen. But I don't know about Aspen. Okay. To me, he's MIA right now. Anyways, come join us tomorrow if you want. And talk about the case with the criminal profiler. And thanks, Travis, again for joining tonight. I totally appreciate that. Sometimes it's really nice when it's just a one-on-one thing instead of multiple people and stuff like that. But anyways, so thanks for coming on. Thanks, mods. Thanks, everybody. Mark, you won 10,000. I don't even see a $1.99 donation. Did you really win 10,000, by the way, Mark? And I'm just kidding, by the way. But actually, kidding, not kidding. Give me $1.99. $1.99, are you out of mind? Did you actually win 10,000 tonight, Mark? Just to ask you. For my husband. 35 miles on a narrow road, mud, then blood. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Again, everyone's entitled to their own opinions. We just always expect everyone to be respectful in the chat when you have your sides. And try not to look like a Fruit Loop too much, like you're from a different planet. But anyways, thank you guys so much. Oh yeah, I was calling bullshit, but I would have been so happy for you if that was the case, because I know you would have spotted me probably $20. Yeah. Anyways, you guys have a great night. Thank you guys for joining us. See you tomorrow night, probably around 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Is probably. Oh no, I probably might do a live in the afternoon. So maybe check out to see if I'm doing a live in the afternoon as well, kind of like by myself solo or whatever. But tomorrow night will be when the other guests are on. Okay, guys, bye-bye.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy